This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Basic Housing Units Bill. Mr. Gary Chen, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. In my capacity as Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Basic Housing Units Bill, I hereby report on the key points of the Bills Committee's deliberations. The major objective of the bill is to introduce a regulatory framework for subdivided units in residential premises. Specifically, subdivided units must meet the minimum living conditions standards stipulated in the bill and obtain recognition before they can be let out for residential purposes. Members support the introduction of this regulatory regime. They emphasize that setting different minimum living standards for basic housing units or BHUs compared to general residential units is a pragmatic approach. There are about 110,000 SDUs in Hong Kong. It is quite hard to meet the standards if they are too high, so there is a need to have a pragmatic approach so that while we establish the regulatory regime, we can eradicate substandard SDUs in an orderly manner. Regarding the minimum living standards for BHUs, particularly concerning load-bearing capacity, headroom, fire safety, separate toilets, and electricity meter, the Bills Committee has put forward several suggestions. It asked the administration to provide clear guidelines on how professionals can verify whether SDUs will meet the standards, including how professionals can ensure that the SDUs that intend to apply for certification comply with the building's deeds of mutual covenant and do not exceed the electrical load capacity of the unit and the main building. The Bills Committee urges the authorities to ensure adequate supporting measures and resources to rehouse tenants in need and are affected by the new regime, and to provide appropriate support to relevant owners. The Bills Committee has the following suggestions. First, there should be enhanced coordination among government bureaus and departments to facilitate the implementation of the new regime, including taking appropriate enforcement actions that against dwellings that violate relevant existing regulations or government leases. Appropriate law enforcement actions should be taken. The Housing Bureau and other government departments should rationalize provisions applicable to BHUs when formulating or updating regulations in their respective areas. The Housing Bureau should enhance communication with the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department to ascertain whether the relevant SDUs or BHUs have water leakage issues when considering the renewal of recognition. The authorities should continuously collect data on SDUs, review the minimum standards for BHUs, the relevant codes of practice and guidelines in a timely manner, and make adjustments where necessary. The government should also continuously monitor the supply and the rent of BHUs. The authority should provide stakeholders with reference materials for estimating construction costs to prevent contractors from charging excessive fees for SDU alteration works. The administration may consider establishing a database of specified professionals for reference by owners of SDUs and other stakeholders. Also, the administration should remind owners that if the SDU ceases to be used as a BHU due to reasons such as non-renewal of recognition, revocation of recognition, or rejection of renewal application, the relevant effect of the building ordinance will no longer apply. That means the owners concerned must demolish the unauthorized structures. The administration noted the Bills Committee's recommendations and will consider following up on these matters when implementing the new regime. The bill empowers the Secretary to direct the termination of residential tenancies in SDUs under certain circumstances. For example, Clause 24(2) stipulates that if the Secretary refuses a renewal application of a BHU, the Secretary may direct the termination of the affected tenancy. Furthermore, domestic tenancies in unrecognized SDUs will automatically terminate at the commencement of the final 6 months of the grace period. In such cases, landlords must compensate tenants. In this regard, the Bills Committee explored with the administration whether the Secretary's power to terminate tenancies has a sound legal basis, including whether it conflicts with the common law principle of freedom of contract or undermines the security of tenure protection for SDU tenants under the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance. The administration said that the bill provides that if an SDU tenancy is terminated by a cancellation notice issued by the Secretary, the tenancy shall cease to take effect for all purposes on the date of cancellation of registration, since the tenancy is not terminated by the landlord before the expiry of the lease term. The landlord concerned will not contravene the provisions of the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance. The administration pointed out that, generally speaking, as long as the landlord lets his or her subdivided unit in compliance with the provisions of the bill, the relevant tenancy agreement will not be directed to be terminated. Even if a domestic tenancy agreement for an individual SDU is directed to be terminated, such as for reasons such as the existence of an imminent danger or risk to life or property, the bill will not permanently prohibit the future letting of the unit as long as it complies with the provisions of the bill. Therefore, the administration considers that ensuring SDUs provide a reasonable and safe living condition is a legitimate objective, and that the measure of terminating tenancy agreements does not exceed what is necessary to achieve that legitimate objective. After considering members' views, the administration will propose certain amendments to the bill, including addressing the problems in which authorized officers are unable to enter premises to collect evidence and safeguarding legal professional privilege. The Bills Committee has no objection to these amendments and will not propose any amendments. President, here are my personal views on the bill. Here today we are discussing the Basic Housing Units Bill. I think this marks a new stage of Hong Kong dealing with substandard SDUs. This also lays a legal foundation for us to address the long-standing and difficult livelihood problem. To set standards for BHUs is crucial. Bills Committee members and I have raised a lot of suggestions on setting the minimum standards. Our goal is to formulate a clear and reasonable set of standards. We want to ensure that in future we can follow the law and standards and that the BHU regulatory regime could be implemented effectively so as to safeguard people's safety and basic living quality. I hope that after passage of the bill, the government will stick to the code of practice and, based on the actual circumstances, continue to improve the standards for BHUs to ensure that the regulatory regime could be effectively implemented and that the rights and interests of SDU tenants could be protected. I am very concerned how the government would eradicate SDUs in an orderly manner. We want to ensure a stable market supply at the same time. The government has proposed a series of measures. For example, there will be a 3-year grace period during which landlords of SDUs will be given time to complete the alteration works. During the Bills Committee stage, members and I mentioned that we should make sure that during the grace period, the government will be able to follow up on the progress of the alteration works to make sure that there is enough supply of accommodation on the market so that both landlords as well as pre-existing SDU tenants will have their rights protected and that rents will not be pushed up. We have this regulatory regime because we have a stable supply of public housing, and the government therefore has the confidence to deal with the living issues faced by affected tenants. With more and more people on the waiting list for public rental housing, people will not choose substandard SDUs. I believe that this regime is the first step for the government to eradicate substandard SDUs. I hope that there could be a dynamic mechanism from the government to gradually improve the standards of basic housing units and to also improve people's living quality in the long run. Also, the government should complete the housing ladder so that people from all walks of life have the opportunity to move up the social ladder. And it is only by achieving this that we can completely eradicate substandard SDUs. Now, having a good living condition is the basic right of our people. This basic housing units bill is just a starting point for us. We have to make sure that people can live with dignity and in a peaceful manner. I so submit.
Mr. Ronald Chan, President, when we think about Hong Kong, we think of Hong Kong as an international metropolis. According to the long-term housing strategies data, at the moment, we have 127,500 households living in inadequate living conditions, affecting as many as 220,000 people in Hong Kong. Now, according to the Housing Bureau statistics, over half of the SDUs in Hong Kong have a very small and cramped space of less than 10 square meters. 90% of them are situated in 50-year-old aged and dilapidated buildings with very poor hygiene and living conditions. There are also safety hazards. Last year's policy address, we saw a new proposal that is to enact legislation and to phase out substandard SDUs. I'd like to give my full support, but in terms of policy formulation and enforcement, many households would be affected. We need to be careful. Now, this bill provides an alternative for those who would like to live in SDU for the purpose of schooling or work. We also need to phase out substandard SDUs at the same time. In introducing basic housing units, we need to make sure that people will not be evicted and without a roof over their head. I visited some districts such as Siau Ma Tei and To Kwa Wan, and some households face difficulties such as in transparent policy and a lack of information. The government should engage different departments such as the Housing Department and the Social Welfare Department and analyze data in a more precise manner so that a targeted assistance can be provided to needy families. Suitable rehousing options should be given to affected tenants. Short-term shelters should be set up in collaboration with NGOs so that special cases can be taken care of and that people will always have a roof over their head. In terms of alteration works, I urge the administration to consider joining efforts with the financial services sector and the construction sector so as to provide financial and technical support to needy families so that these alteration works can be completed as quickly as possible without transferring costs to the tenants. As for the new Category C tenants, I support this proposal. I believe expanding the scope of the tenants in transitional housing can help provide better safeguard. The government should also engage the district care teams so as to better tap the pulse of the community, engage a number of applications. There should be clear explanation of the application procedures and vetting criteria so that there should also be explanation on the 2-year tenure and other specific details so as to help needy families. We need to catch up with other places. In the mainland, for example, we have platforms allowing long-term leases of units with a certification mechanism, and this has greatly enhanced the quality of units for letting. The government should also make reference to the public housing abuse complaint mechanism. A similar channel should be set up so as to rely on the market forces to phase out substandard units. Now, although specified professionals will be engaged to conduct certification, manpower resources are still limited. We need to set up a mechanism involving the community in order to achieve effectiveness. About 20% of the SDU households in theory are eligible for public housing. These families, however, may not be familiar with the application procedures, or they may be worried about the offering of housing units in remote locations. The government should work with social workers and adopt a multi-channel approach in publicizing their policies. In the long term, the government should improve the housing ladder for optimizing the use of housing resources. The government should also be careful about rental being jacked up as a result of the bill. Ms. Winnie Ho, the Secretary, on numerous occasions explained the government's stance, and yet, because of the long waiting time for public housing and the soaring prices of private properties, the owners have all the say in the pricing of SDU rental or basic housing unit rental. We should avoid transferring costs to the tenants. If necessary, temporary or regional rental control should be put in place. There should be a cap on the rate of increase of rent so as to provide more protection to grassrooters. Now, as the classic saying goes, we all need a roof over our heads. The home is our fort. This is not only the aspiration of the poet Du Fu, it's also the aspiration of those living in inadequate living conditions. The government should continue to adopt multiple strategies to phase out inadequate housing. I so submit. Mr. Lau Man Kong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Basic Housing Units Bill. Housing is a matter closest to the hearts of Hong Kong people. We have many SDUs in Hong Kong. People are living in poor conditions with structural safety and fire safety hazards. There are also hygiene issues. They impact on people's safety as well as well-being. The government has shown resolve in tackling the issue, such as setting up a task force. And this bill is a full demonstration of the government's commitment to improve people's livelihood. There are some provisions in this bill, such as setting minimum standards for living conditions for BHU, basic housing units. The minimum internal floor area should be 8 square meters, etc. I also welcome the 12-month registration period and a 36-month grace period so that ample time will be given to owners for alteration works so as not to pose financial pressure on them, and also for tenants to be able to find proper accommodation. I'm going to give my suggestions as follows. After the bill has been implemented, I have gauged the views of owners associations and professionals such as engineers and surveyors. Now, the bill sets out some minimum standards for BHUs, but I don't think the text alone would be sufficient. We also need clear practical guidelines. There should also be BHUs for demonstration set up by the administration so as to show owners and tenants details of the lighting and ventilation requirements, for example, as well as the use of fireproof materials and the overall layout. Now, the alteration fees could be tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it is easy for owners to transfer the cost onto tenants. Tenants' interests might be at stake. As I understand, many aged owners rely on the SDU rental income for a living. The government should set up a low-interest loan scheme to provide financial support to eligible owners. Without affecting the public coffers, the government should do its best to help owners alter the SDUs to comply with the BHU requirements. The second point is that each BHU should come with a separate water meter or power meters installed by the power company or the WSD to avoid abuse of the utility charges. We have over 100,000 SDUs in Hong Kong, so that means a lot of manpower resources will be required in installing the meters. The government should make sure that this problem is addressed so as not to delay the implementation of the regime. Now, at the Bills Committee, I asked whether it's possible for power companies to contract out the work for eligible technicians to install meters. According to the government's response, as an anti-abuse measure, only the power companies should be entrusted in installing power meters. So I urge the administration to work out a detailed timetable and plan with the companies involved so as to make sure there'll be sufficient time and resources. The other point is that after implementation of the regime, non-compliant owners will have to pay compensation to tenants to the tune of 3 months' rent. To a certain extent, the tenants' rights will be protected, but at the same time, civil claims will be allowed. One can take the claim to a small claims tribunal. However, at the actual implementation stage, tenants may not be familiar with the legal procedures. They may not wish to go through the trouble, and they may give up altogether. The government should consider providing assistance to these affected tenants so that they can seek compensation. We should engage the social workers, and legal advice should be given to tenants. A dedicated consultation advisory counter should be set up. There should be enhanced publicity so that tenants are aware of their rights. I also welcome the new Category C tenants arrangement. I understand that documentary proof will be required to support the application. The administration should provide templates in this regard so as to educate owners and tenants what information will be required to avoid delay. Some elderly tenants or families with special circumstances may not be able to find suitable accommodation during the period. After professional assessment to be conducted by social workers, the government should, on a discretionary basis, allow extension of the tenancy so that people's needs can be considered. About the 20% cap, I suggest that the government provide flexibility to the operators in question so as to cater for the needs of needy residents. Now, finally, the government has secured land for building 308,000 public housing units in the coming 10 years. This is encouraging news. I hope that this can be implemented, and there should also be more targets laid down, such as the timetable for phasing out subdivided units. The government should also enhance the turnover of public housing by increasing incentives so that PRH tenants exceeding the income limits will be willing to surrender their public housing units so that they can move up the housing ladder and that more people can be lifted out of their plight and find suitable accommodation so that everyone can meet the aspiration of living in a bigger and nicer flat. I fully support this bill. I think this is the first step and an important milestone for phasing out inadequate housing in Hong Kong. The government has demonstrated its resolve in helping the grassroots. We need to make sure, however, that implementation is smooth. I hope that the government will continue to improve all the supporting facilities and policies so as to give people a nice and dignified living environment.
Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, I speak in support of the Basic Housing Units Bill so that we can gradually eradicate substandard SDUs. This is also to improve the living environment of grassroots. According to statistics, there are 110,000 SDUs involving 220,000 people. The average floor area or living space is about 65 square feet for each person. And the floor area per capita for SDU tenants is 45 square feet. This is comparable to or even smaller than the living space per capita for prisoners, which is 63 square feet. During hot weather, SDUs can get as hot as 40 degrees Celsius. And when there is a fire, because of the design of SDUs, it's hard for them to get out of the fire. There was a fire that caused 1 death and 6 injuries in North Point. That was a tragic incident. And apart from the poor living environment, SDU tenants have to bear expensive rent. According to the RVD, the median rent is about $5,300 in the first quarter of this year. And for each square meter, it's about $400. The central government has been very concerned with the living condition of people in Hong Kong. In 2022, during the important speech on the 1st of July, President Xi Jinping said that his greatest aspiration is that people in Hong Kong can live in more spacious areas. Mr. Xia Baolong also said by 2049 it is hoped that we can bid farewell to SDUs. This is the aspiration of the central government as well as the common goal of people in Hong Kong. I am glad to see that this current term government is willing to make breakthroughs to eradicate SDUs. It has made an important first step to address the problems concerning SDUs. Starting from March next year, the government will start accepting BHU registrations. There are 8 sets of standards. First, the internal living area should not be smaller than 8 square meters. While the BHU is of a limited space, at least 1 single bed as well as some furniture could be placed there. The headroom should be at least 2.3 meters to ensure that the living space would not be too narrow. This is also to ensure air ventilation and the mental health of tenants. Also, there needs to be ventilation facilities to ensure that there won't be any bad odor. According to statistics, 70%, that is about 70,000 of the SDUs in Hong Kong only require simple works. For example, fire detectors. need to be installed, and then they will meet the standards for BHUs. The cost is relatively low. As for the rest of the 30,000 SDUs, about 2/3 of them will be phased out, and for 1/3 of them, through large-scale alteration works, they could be used again. It is believed that no less than 80,000 BHUs will be rolled out in the market. Also, there will be 4-year transitional period, and by 2030, the regulatory regime will be implemented in full. This will give enough time for landlords to adjust their SDUs. In the past, the government was too conservative on addressing the SDU problems. However, we are seeing a change in the situation. In the coming 10 years, there will be about 300,000 public housing units, with 20,000 transitional housing units and another 20,000 light public housing units. There will be a solid foundation for us to roll out this regime. For transitional housing, we will see the Category C tenants arrangement. For those affected by the regulatory regime and who are not eligible to apply for public housing, they will not be homeless. For transitional housing, the tenancy will be just 2 years long, so I hope the government can exercise discretion for elderly people and tenants in need. It will flexibly extend the terms of the lease so that people have enough time to look for the right accommodation. The bed space apartment or the so-called cage apartments are not included in the regulatory regime. Some say that some SDU landlords are considering altering their SDUs into cage apartments to circumvent the regulatory regime. If there is not enough regulation, there might be more substandard SDUs. According to the HAD, there are just 7 licensed bed space apartments with just 144 bed spaces. According to the social welfare sector, there are thousands of cage apartments in Hong Kong that are not licensed, with even poorer living conditions compared to those in the SDUs. I hope that there will be a timetable to phase out cage apartments in Hong Kong. There should be a cross-departmental mechanism involving the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, the Fire Services Department, as well as the Housing Department to eradicate unlicensed cage apartments. Eradicating SDUs is not just a dream, it is the mission of the central government as well as the pledge of our government. This bill is just the first step to phase out SDUs. We want everyone in the grassroots to live in safety as well as in peace. I hope the government will roll out transitional housing more expeditiously. There will be more supply of public housing. I believe that the government has the determination to eradicate substandard SDUs as well as cage apartments. This is not just a slogan, but it marks an important milestone of the development of Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Lam Chun-sing, President, substandard SDUs is a long-standing problem in Hong Kong. Narrow living spaces, as well as high electricity cost and bugs as well as rodent problems are faced by SDU tenants. This bill is an important step for us to phase out substandard SDUs. The Chief Executive in the 2022 policy address announced the BHU regime, and this puts a cap on the waiting time for public housing from 6.1 to about 4 years by 2026 and 27. And this helps create the favorable conditions for speeding up the supply of public housing. I've been in talks with SDU concerned groups, and they are worried that the administrative costs incurred in the alteration works of SDUs will be passed on to SDU tenants, and that rent will be pushed up significantly. Individual SDU tenants may be forced to live in even worse living environment. For Category A and B applicants, they will be dealt with first for transitional housing. And for Category C, it is not exceed 20% of the total number of housing units for transitional housing. So people are concerned whether there are enough transitional housing to rehouse the affected tenants. One key is about whether there is enough accommodation for tenants affected. There are 30,000 LPH units and 20,000 transitional housing units, but we shouldn't be overly optimistic. This is because under the registration system, SDUs have to be altered and minor works will have to be carried out. Professionals will have to certify the SDUs before they can be registered. There are currently 111,000 SDUs, but will we end up having just 30 to 40,000 BHUs? If we do not have enough accommodation on the market, tenants may have to be forced to live in industrial buildings. There should be campuses or idle or vacant hostels or sites for rehousing purposes. And there are landlords who are willing to alter their SDUs, but they haven't submitted the AR forms. So I hope the government will give them discretion. The bill will empower the Secretary to extend the relevant transitional period based on the actual market condition. I hope that these measures will ensure that there won't be a significant drop in terms of SDUs in the market because of the regulatory regime. BHUs are to ensure the safety of flats, but this does not ensure that the entire building is safe. For example, if an SDU consumes a lot of electricity, will that cause power outage of the entire building? If there are too many BHUs in a building, for a building that's 60 or 70 years old, will there be structural problem? The EMSD, when doing electricity checks or power checks in buildings, and when housing department helps inspect buildings, they should focus on buildings with a lot of BHUs. We do not want to see the collapse of building in Mata Wai Road 15 years ago to happen again. In terms of the minimum standards, Schedule 1 to the bill sets out the major principles. For example, apart from separate toilets, there should be water supply points as well as basins and sinks. This is to ensure that there won't be hygienic problems caused by combined toilets and kitchen. However, BHU will just be 8 square meters of size, so there will be limited space. But since there will be separate toilet, SDU tenants may still wash their dishes in toilet. So in the future, there should be layout plans provided in the codes of practice for the reference of SDU operators. The administration should also review the minimum standards so that the design of BHUs will be user-friendly. We have to make sure that operators won't neglect tenants' needs just because they need to meet the requirements. In the past, there weren't enough law enforcement efforts. For example, landlords have to provide electricity bills as well as power bills as well as AR forms. However, still a lot of SDU tenants said there are overcharging of electricity bill by landlords, and there are about half of the SDU landlords who fail to submit the AR forms. In future, will SDU landlords who failed to submit AR forms continue to operate SDUs in the market? I hope the government will step up law enforcement efforts to protect the legitimate rights and interests of SDU tenants. I mentioned the relevant concerns at the Bills Committee stage. Currently, under the Housing Bureau, there are 5 and 14 officers in charge of administrative as well as policy matters respectively. According to the administration, by March 2027, law enforcement actions will be taken and more manpower will be deployed to enforce the law. However, the actual plan will have to be mapped out later. According to the bill specified, professionals will have to certify the BHUs before operators can submit registration application. professionals, they can ask non-skilled workers to inspect the BHUs. However, they will have to bear the responsibilities for the reports. Before the peak season, the administration should make sure that there is enough manpower to inspect the BHUs to make sure that the registration mechanism will work. However, what is disappointing that the government this June abolished the cash allowance scheme for PRH tenants. Some SDU tenants, they have to wait for perhaps 2 years to move to light public housing units. I understand that because of fiscal position of the government does not have any plans to regularize the cash allowance scheme. However, could the scheme be extended for 1 to 2 years to support SDU tenants to transition to LPH units? I hope that the government will continue to help improve people's living conditions so that our people can live in peace and contentment. I so submit. Thank you.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. President, other BPA members and I support the Basic Housing Units Bill. I appreciate the determination of the current term government to deal with this persistent issue of subdivided units and propose a pragmatic solution for the regulation of basic housing units. I appreciate that. We have the problem of SDUs because there is a significant demand for cheaper housing. In fact, in my childhood, I grew up in an tenement building in Kowloon City. We also had subdivided units. We wouldn't call it subdivided units because we have our own, we have shared kitchens and toilets, but we will share our food with other tenants. It was still quite a pleasant living environment. In today's society, we cannot really replicate this mode of living. We have approximately 110,000 subdivided units in which 220,000 citizens live. These housing units are inadequate. They are very small. They may have various safety hazards. Many of those living in the units are grassroots. They can't help but rent such housing because of the cheaper rents. It is worrying, the situation. The current term government has proposed to enhance the speed and efficiency for supplying public housing. In the next 5 years, we will have 189,000 public housing units. We also have light public housing and transitional housing units available. We have a more or less stable housing supply now. We have also seen the establishment of the task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units. We can see the government's efforts in trying to tackle the issue. And in future, with this bill, we will have a new regulatory regime to provide for minimum standards of subdivided units. We have first a registration system to provide a 12-month registration period, and for applicants there will be an additional 36 months grace period. So in total, there will be 48 months for owners to conduct alteration works. We also have a recognition system, so for existing or new subdivided units, they will have to meet the minimum standards, having a floor area of at least 8 square meters. They need to have their own fire safety, ventilation, lighting facilities. They will have their own toilets, water supply points, and water and power meters. And these would have to be certified by relevant professionals. the standards are derived after detailed studies, and I believe they have struck a balance with the safety and feasibility of such standards. For those that have not received recognition, one will be punished by a $300,000 fine and a 3-year imprisonment term at the maximum. The proposals in the bill may not be able to get rid of all inadequate housing, but there are minimum standards for operators to follow, and it offers better protection for tenants. I guess it's a gradual approach, and I guess we just have to take it for now. I also support the amendments proposed by the Secretary for Housing, one of them being any other reasons proposed by the Secretary for Housing that may be satisfied must be a reasonable one. This looks to be a minor amendment, but this is very important to make sure there is no abuse of government powers, instilling confidence in market participants. President, when I was in the Bills Committee, I said in particular there should be some grandfathering plans for basic housing units, or when basic housing units are no longer operated as basic housing units, there should be standards for recovering the facilities of the units. And the administration said the Buildings Department will adopt a risk-oriented approach and take enforcement against the most hazardous cases. I understand where the government is coming from, but then if the owner wants to occupy the unit themselves, and if they know they have to make sure everything is back to what it was, it can really dampen owners' incentives in providing subdivided units or basic housing units. President, I also am glad that the government has taken members' feedback to provide for an additional category C, for transitional housing, so that more can apply to transitional housing units. Many live in inadequate housing for different reasons. I urge the Housing Bureau and the Labor and Welfare Bureau collect data and conduct analyses to find out about the needs of these underprivileged groups. I also urge the administration to take note of the fact that why there are subdivided units is because there is such demand. So we need to ensure there is adequate housing supply. Otherwise, tenants are just forced to go to even more inadequate housing. So we need to pay close attention to the market situation to ensure there is a stable market supply, pushing up the rent, making it even harder for the grassroots. Government departments should enhance coordination among themselves, such as the Buildings Department and the Fire Service Department should make sure they are aware of the applicable standards and enhance publicity and education for the public. As for support for affected tenants, we should perhaps have care services provided to them. We should provide transitional housing if necessary. I so submit speaking in support of the Basic Housing Units Bill and the amendments proposed by the Secretary for Housing. Thank you.
Dr. Teck Chi-Yuen, President. SDU is not a reasonable choice. It is a choice out of no options. The existence of SDUs reflects that our housing policy is inadequate. Housing is our basic need. most grassroots people rely on public rental housing. However, there has been a shortage of PRH supply over the years, rendering many grassroots people, including elderly people and low-income families, to rent subdivided units or even substandard SDUs. Now, the Basic Housing Units Bill introduced by the government is to legislate for the regulatory regime to set out a minimum standard on living conditions for subdivided units so that there is a safe and reasonable living environment for grassroots people. This will protect the dignity of members of the public in Hong Kong. The direction is correct, and I support the bill. Of course, we hope that BHU would be a transitional arrangement. The ultimate goal is for tenants to be allocated a public rental housing unit. The government has picked up speed, efficiency, and quantity in delivery of public housing in recent years. Now, it is our hope that in several years' time, with the increase in public rental housing, public housing supply, subdivided units will be truly eradicated and people can enjoy better living environments. Legislating to regulate basic housing units is good, but many grassroots people are still worried that in the future, law enforcement will bring up other issues. Now, landlords are required to conduct alteration works to enhance the quality of their SDUs. This will add to the compliance costs. Landlords may transfer the additional compliance costs to tenants by raising rents. As a result, the tenants will have to bear higher rents. The government is unwilling to establish a starting rent, but rather relying on the market to adjust the rent level itself. But that's just the wishful thinking of government officials. So we hope that after legislation, the government will take tally of the trend of the increase in rent for BHU and implement appropriate measures like rent control or rent subsidy when necessary, so as to avoid driving grassroots tenants out of their home with raised rents. The government is responsible for keeping the rise in rent under control. Now, with the eradication of substandard SDUs, many people will have to look for alternative housing. Now, transitional housing is an option. Currently, some TH projects are facing challenges in operation. Assistance should be offered by the government to make transitional housing more attractive. Many of these projects are located in new territories with insufficient transportation and ancillary support. As a result, many tenants are unwilling to live in transitional housing. So, with reference to light public housing, the government should ensure that there is sufficient ancillary and transportation support in the area. When tenants think that light public housing or transitional housing is a good option, they would be willing to move in. And also, the government should waive the duty rate paid by NGOs running transitional housing projects. These NGOs are running these projects to meet basic housing need. Collecting duty rates from NGOs would add to their burden. Waiving duty rates would benefit the tenants directly. Now, concerning transitional housing projects run by NGOs, we have raised our concerns and our needs with government officials on numerous occasions. Now, there is the question why transitional housing is being treated differently from light public housing. It seems that the government is favoring light public housing more. I urge the Secretary to offer equal support for both projects. Now, running on this occasion, I would like to comment on the Secretary for Development's reply that we should give officials alike if we think that they are doing a good job. So here, I would like to applaud the Secretary for Housing's efforts on addressing housing issues, but there are still a lot of problems remaining. The eradication of SDUs, substandard SDUs, would affect grassroots elderly people and poor families most. Social workers teams should reach out proactively to affected residents and help them find a better living environment. I support the bill.
Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. Today is the second reading of the Basic Housing Units Bill. What I think is that in the 7th term of LegCo, this is the third most important bill. The first one being the abolition of the offsetting mechanism. The second one is the national security legislation. The third one signified that the LegCo and the government, as well as different quarters of Hong Kong, are working together to address a long-standing difficult problem, that is, to phase out substandard subdivided units. That's why I speak in support of the bill. We want to put an end to substandard SDUs, subdivided units. I highly commend the SAR government's efforts from inception of the bill discussion and the soon-to-come completion. They have been flexible. They have been listening to different sectors. Every year, the policy address talks about subdivided units. For this term of government, the policy address talked about light public housing. It was recognized, but at the same time criticized. Without the 30,000 light public housing to house grassroots households on the waiting list, the phasing out of substandard SDUs will not take off. So with the support of the 30,000 units in light public housing, this becomes a reachable goal. The second policy address talked about policy directions. Directions about how to tackle substandard SDUs. A consensus was forged to legislate. But what is the standard? What else do we need to consider apart from legal issues? Over a year was spent on studying into the issues and collecting views. On 2 or 3 occasions, we have submitted specific proposals. We have been going back into with the administration on different issues. People talked about the government being resolute on a number of occasions, but it doesn't mean that they do everything behind closed doors. It's my personal experience to see that we're working alongside the government. We bounce our views back into the government and different organizations. There is one important matter, that is the internal floor area. We said that it should be no less than 7 square meters, but the government's more aggressive than us. They proposed 8 square meters. We proposed 7 square meters because from our observation, we learned that about 40 to 50% of people living in subdivided units are singletons. Most of them are not applicants for PRH, public housing units, either out of choice or because they are ineligible. I see that the progress of light public housing and public housing unit production is quite smooth. That's why the government is more confident. It's not that we just want SDUs to be more reasonable in terms of living conditions. We want to make use of light public housing as well as other measures to help. Well, there is this Category C group. They are ineligible for PRH. They are not yet 60 singletons. So it's not about straightforward phasing out of substandard SDUs. They have made a lot of preparations and they have been listening to views. But have they achieved advanced planning? Has their work completed? I think even with a third reading today, the government will still have to pay utmost attention to this issue. We're talking about housing. It's about people's lives. It's about stability of society. I don't think that the passage of the bill is a panacea. We need to work together to tackle challenges that may arise. What I'd like to also say is that the FTU has been paying attention to problems of substandard SDUs. It's not just it's not that we see this as the end of SDUs. What's more important is that the people should be taken care of. It may be a family with children. Where are they supposed to live when they have been living in substandard SDUs? We have been working with professionals. We've been forwarding views to the government that their children living in substandard SDUs suffer. They sleep poorly. They live in an unhygienic environment. They've been slouching when they do their homework, so their eyesight is affected, and their posture is also affected, which in turn affects their personality. I don't think we need scientific evidence to prove that. It's just common sense. That's why we have the Strive and Rise program, targeting in particular children or youngsters living in SDUs. So now the problem of substandard SDUs will be tackled. There will be recognition of up to standard SDUs. We think that it should be people-oriented. That's why we ask the government to put in place a mandatory registration system to implement targeted poverty alleviation. What does that mean? It means that if an agent offers a unit to the underprivileged with children or the elderly, then they will have to notify the government. It's not that they are not allowed to rent out these units. The crux of the issue is that we need targeted poverty alleviation. Well, for a family with children or elderly people living in an 8 or 9 square meters unit is still not enough. We want to give them concrete assistance. The social workers or care teams may be sent out to reach out to them proactively. These are grassroots families. There are 3 targeted groups under the poverty alleviation measures. One of them is households living in SDUs. They will become basic housing units. We need to put in place a mechanism so the government will be informed. This will help to tackle this social issue. It also shows that the government will actively care for the underprivileged. Our proposal has not been taken on board under the bill. On different occasions, the government said that they agree with our proposal. They will try to realize it under policy implementation. So I would like to see the government considering how to actually implement it. That is, by phasing out substandard SDUs to help those who are living in poverty. I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Stanley Ng. Thank you. The phenomenon of subdivided units is actually a problem of poverty. At one point, it has attracted the attention of the central authorities. They asked the government to take action. The government responded actively, from light public housing to putting down a system of basic housing units. We see that this is a government that is result-oriented. It is pragmatic. It loses no time to answer the call by the central authority and the call from the general public. The FTU gives the government due recognition. SDUs is an ailment that's been plaguing Hong Kong for decades. Some are so appalling that is not just a small accommodation. Some have no lighting, no ventilation, it's completely enclosed. There are also problems with shared use of facilities and utilities. In addition, there is safety hazards when some people are living in illegal building works. Can we see the end of SDUs, especially substandard ones? This is an important indicator to gauge the effectiveness of housing policies. This is also an important issue relating to people's lives and social stability. This topic has been fully discussed in the Housing Panel and the Bills Committee. Members have forwarded the areas of concern of households living in SDUs to the government. They've also made a number of constructive suggestions. They have been taken on board by the government. We're glad to see that. Now we have the second and third reading of the bill. It shows that we see eye to eye on this issue. This is the fruit of our shared efforts. I hope members will support the bill. The FTU has been working on land and housing. I have written an article about housing everyone. I pointed out that there is uneven distribution and undersupply of housing in Hong Kong. The FTU has taken the lead to support light public housing. We've also helped to dispel misunderstandings and explain the policy through press conferences. We've also published articles on legislative proposals on public housing, basic housing units, and other issues. We want all policies to be people-oriented. Now we see the second reading of the Basic Housing Units Bill. We look forward to the strong support from members so that it will be implemented. Moving from SDUs to BHUs, Basic Housing Units, is not just a change of name. We have to deal with fundamental issues. There are minimum requirements, say for example, separate utility meters and 8 square meters of internal floor areas. These are proposals from the FTU. This provides basic standard of living for these households. We'll continue to support the government. We'll urge the government to continue with their work to phase out SDUs and to realize under the pledge that you only have to wait for 3 years to get a PRH. We also want the government to improve the housing ladder and help those who are in need to live in light public housings, PRH, and those with means to move into subsidized sales flat and private housing, and also to help people living in cage homes and other substandard units. In a policy address, there is a proposal of providing smart, green, and livable accommodation. We asked the Housing Bureau to take the lead to improve the housing ladder, the Social Welfare Department to help grassroots with employment. We don't just phase out substandard SDUs, we also help those who are living in poverty to be lifted out of poverty. We want to make sure that there will be proper recognition, registration, assistance provided to households who are going to move so that no one will be displaced. We don't want to see rental being pushed up because of undersupply. We strongly support the passage of the bill. We expect different quarters of society and the government to work together so that everyone in Hong Kong will live in a comfortable home. I so speak.
Mr. Martin Liao. President, there are roughly 110,000 substandard subdivided units involving 220,000 residents. These SDUs are small, they are of poor quality, there are issues with hygiene and safety risks. The government proposed this bill, the Basic Housing Units Bill. The bill sets out a regulatory regime that covers a minimum requirement for SDUs so that SDUs become a safe living environment. We should give credit to the government for this. BHUs must be at least 8 square meters or 86 square feet in area. The headroom has to be at least 2.3 meters. There has to be at least a window, a separate toilet. There has to be partitions separating different units, and there has to be separate smoke detectors. Each BHU will also need separate water and power meters. The bill also proposes a recognition regime for BHUs. The landlord will have to submit documents from specified professionals such as surveyors and architects who certify that the SDU involved meet the minimum requirement as BHUs. So the SDUs without windows will be phased out. SDU residents will see safeguards for their living environment and they will be able to live with dignity. The Housing Bureau estimates that 70% of the existing SDUs will require no more than minor alterations to qualify as BHUs. The new recognition regime will start on March 1st next year. There will be a 1-year registration period followed by a 3-year grace period. So altogether, there's a 4-year transitional period, and this will allow the regulatory regime to kick in phases. By the 28th of February 2030, this new regime will take effect across the board. This will give enough time to landlords running BHUs to meet the statutory requirements. Some landlords have no plans to keep running BHUs afterwards. Some landlords think it takes too much investment to hire an architect or an engineer to write up the reports for certification. We have been told that landlords of SDUs have been selling the units in the secondary market. The certification fees will be passed on to tenants, and for the tenants who find this unaffordable will have to move out. The government's estimate is that a quarter of the SDUs will fall short of the standards, and that means phasing out 27,000 SDUs. it is estimated that 56,000 SDU tenants will be affected. A survey shows that 70% of SDU resident respondents said the maximum rent they could afford would be a rise of less than 5% if the BHU regime leads to higher rent. The government said there are now light public housing units and transitional housing units. There may not be a huge increase in the rent, but it takes time for public housing units to be completed. Now, the 13,000 light public housing units in urban areas will only be good for 5 years. By 2029, we will only be left with 220 urban units going on up to 2031. As for transitional housing, I welcome the bill's proposal because we will see a category C, meaning applicants who have stayed in SDUs for at least 6 months and they have to move after this bill is passed. They can move into transition housing, but these tenants can only stay in transition housing for 2 years, and they have to pay double rent in the final phase. Now, for 1 to 2 person units, they have to pay $10,000 per month. That's quite a lot for grassrooters. The government should consider lengthening the design life of light public housing and also adjust the rents for category C applicants of transition housing so that we can plug the gap where some SD residents have to move out but have yet to find alternative housing. With the government's effort, we have found enough land for 308,000 public housing units in the next 10 years. The chronic housing problem in Hong Kong can be resolved. This bill will phase out substandard SDUs. This is a key step in improving people's living conditions, but this bill should not be the end point. Basic housing units are an expedient for those with less means, so we should be enhancing the housing ladder so that more people can have a home. I support the bill and the amendments. Mr. Robert Lee. Dr. Sari Lee. I started my district work in II.Govt. I served there for 20 years. I saw the birth and growth of subdivided units. And I can also see the change in government thinking. At first, it was all left to the market. The government was reluctant to intervene, and then the government struggled to manage the problem. Finally, the current term government is willing to take the steps to end subdivided units. As more people become SDU tenants, we can see the impact of these units on the lives of those residents. Mr. Vincent Chang proposed this idea of ending SDUs. We came up with 3 different editions of our proposals on ending SDUs. We campaigned for regulating substandard SDUs. We called for phasing out SDUs. We called for a roadmap and a timetable. We got feedback after starting our campaign. We got many views from SDU tenants. SDU landlords and other stakeholders also have their concerns, and then this matter received the attention of the central government. They were worried about the cramped living space, so then SDUs as an issue made its way into policy addresses. Our government officials have shown courage and commitment. We have more than 100,000 SDUs. Grasping the nettle is no easy task. I took part in the deliberations of the Bills Committee. This is a new bill, but we are dealing with a problem with a long history, so this is a daunting challenge. I can see the effort from the government. I joined our officials on visits to SDUs. My colleagues and other stakeholders have had in-depth discussions with government officials, and all those discussions culminate in this bill. I'm emotional to see this bill. We hope this is just a starting point. We now have this bill on the legislative agenda, and we're dealing with a complex matter. More challenges lie ahead, so let's rise to whatever challenges in the future, and that is ending substandard SDUs. Ending SDUs is no easy task. I can see the courage the government has shown from the delivery of the policy address to the BC's meetings. Every step taken by the government has been a step towards the goal of ending substandard SDUs. We have covered the minimum area and other aspects. It's no easy task to get all SDUs to meet the minimum standards. The government looked at the figures. Not too many SDUs will be phased out. But when implementation comes along, new issues will come up. So let's stick to this spirit of being result-oriented. Let's keep reviewing the situation and let's bear in mind the circumstances and keep moving towards the goal. Now, here are some thoughts from me. Successful implementation of this new regime will require cross-departmental coordination. The Housing Bureau takes up the primary responsibility for this task. It's been very courageous. But for those following old districts, we know this is not easy. This is not as simple as old buildings. You have to deal with the buildings department, the development bureau, the fire services department, the home affairs department, and the property management sector. You have to coordinate across so many parties, and then you move on to certification. So much effort will be involved in the process. I hope the Housing Bureau can coordinate across these different sides so that we can implement this new regime. Professionals will also be involved. We leave the certification to professionals. More than one kind of professionals can certify a BHU. We need professionals to offer services to SDU landlords. And we also need a uniform set of standards for future BHUs. This will be a task for the future. Now, costs are another factor. Professionals will have an essential role to play. We do have a transitional period for the certification. We will need enough contractors and workers for the alteration works, and let's not underestimate the works involved if we don't have enough such professionals or workers. We have to take a reasonable approach to the contractors we will need for the alteration so that we can keep the alteration costs at a reasonable level. I hope that with the bill's passage, we can move gradually toward the end of SDUs one step at a time. The last thing I want to see is a huge number of SDUs off the market because they fall short of the standard, and then we leave many people displaced, or people have to put up with much higher rent. So I hope this is something the Secretary can approach with caution. Another thing I don't want to see is complicated application procedures to the point that only people running BHUs as syndicates can cope with the procedure. Some SDU landlords or seniors, they have an extra flat, they rent out their flats to supplement their income. But if certification becomes a complicated process or it becomes costly, then those landlords will pull out of the market, and then only companies or syndicates can run BHUs. That's something I do not wish to see. And I hope the Secretary can also brief the panel on housing on the latest figures. We will have a transitional period for certification and recognition. People will be affected in this process. If we can get the figures, then we can help out, so that we can take an orderly approach to the transition, so that people don't have to put up with spikes in rents, and landlords can also get accustomed to this transition. Public education also matters. Not every SDU landlord is aware of the debate going on here, so we need to redouble our effort to conduct public education so that everyone is aware of the new regime. I so submit and support the bill.
Mr. Vincent Zhang. Thank you, President. Today is an important first step taken by Hong Kong to eradicate substandard subdivided units. We are resuming second reading debate of the Basic Housing Units Bill. As a member of the Bills Committee, I have witnessed how much effort members have put into scrutinizing the bill. I support the passage of the bill and also the amendments to be proposed. Now, like Dr. Sarah Lee, I'm very emotional. In 2017, I was elected a Sham Shui Po district councillor. In 2018, I became a council member. As a member representing Kowloon West, I served the constituents of Sham Shui Po and Yau Chim Wong. These are the districts with the highest number of SDUs in Hong Kong. More than half of SDUs are located in my districts. Now, back in 2018, when I first raised a question in the Q&A session, I asked how the government was going to address the problem of SDU tenants' livelihood issues. Now, the chief executive said that the key is to increase the supply of public rental housing and sales flats. However, there was a long waiting queue. Many families have waited for many years before an allocation of PRH units. Now, despite all the challenges, over the past few years, the government and other stakeholders have been working hard. In 2022, tenancy control on SDU was imposed. I was the chairman of the subcommittee. Now, the government said that it was not willing to set the starting rents, and also controlling the rise of rents cannot sufficiently address substandard SDU, but it was a start. The DAB's position is that this is just the first step. The ultimate goal should be enhancing urban mobility along the housing ladder. Now, there are still a lot of imperfections in the BHU bill. For example, we still need to address the structural deficiency of SDUs. Over the past few years, with the leadership of this term of the government, there's been determination to address the housing problem. From increasing the supply of public housing to community living room, there are lots of measures. There are some 15,000 LPH and TH, plus the 189,000 public rental housing units to be delivered in the next 5 years. It gives us the confidence and capacity to eradicate substandard SDUs. Now, this bill sets out a clear minimum standard for basic housing units. That includes internal floor area. The minimum floor area is 8 meters square. It is much larger than the existing SDUs, which are usually 4 to 5 square meters in size. This ensures a basic living standard for tenants. Now, in terms of safety, there must be a safe escape route in case of emergency. And also, there must be an independent or separate toilets. Kitchens will no longer be allowed to be combined with toilets. And also, there is the requirements of independent water supply points as well as individual water and electricity meters to avoid overcharging the tenants. And also, individual toilets and water and sinks must be provided. And also, in the bill, there is a certification and registration system. All SDUs have 4 years to complete the registration. Only up to standard BHUs are allowed to be let out for habitation. Otherwise, the landlords will have to bear legal responsibility. And also, there will be basic tenancy protection for tenants. There are actual measures to enforce these requirements. It will address the needs of subdivided unit tenants. Now, say for example, there is a family living in Shamshui-Po. The mother and the daughter lives in a 50 square feet large SDU. The toilet is the same place as the kitchen. And when cooking, you cannot use the toilet. The environment is bad, but the mother is unwilling to move because that would affect the the schooling of the daughter. Now, with the BHU bill, there will be basic standards for living conditions. Now, I hope that this family can move to up to standard BHUs in the future. And also, in old buildings in Shamshui-Po and Yaoshimong, some flats are divided into a dozen of very small SDUs, each 40 to 50 square feet large. There are shared kitchens with lots of cooking utensils in the units. Usually, the tenants are elderly people who are not very mobile. Now, with the BHU bills, there will be the requirements of individual toilets and also water supply points. It will help eradicate the substandard SDUs I've mentioned. After the passage of the bill, I think the government and the law enforcement agencies must make reference to past experience. As I've mentioned, there is the worry of rising rent. I think tenancy control for SDU is a lesson to be learned. Now, the government must analyze past experience on tenancy control and also conduct new study after the passage of the bill. Now, like Dr. Sarili said, I hope that the government would conduct regular surveys to keep tab of the trend, including whether tenants have been forcibly removed because of the bill and the change in rent level, as well as other supporting measures in society, and also whether Category C under transitional housing project is sufficient. The government should also establish template rooms for BHU so that landlords will have a better idea of the cost on alteration works. There must also be more publicity and education work. For example, NGOs and community halls, community living rooms should be used to educate the landlords on the new requirements and also to educate tenants on the rights. When they are being treated unfairly or being bullied by landlords, they should be able to find help. Now, as many other members said, this bill, the implementation of this bill cannot be achieved overnight. We need time to enforce the system. We need to keep closely monitoring the market trend to prevent landlords from hiking the rents, riding on this opportunity. Now, with continuous increase in public housing supply, with better public housing policy and other supporting measures, we can address the housing issues of grassroots people in Hong Kong and give hope to more families to improve their living conditions. Now, lastly, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to this term and the previous term of the government, especially Deputy Financial Secretary and the Secretary for Housing. You have been working very hard for the grassroots over the past few years. It is because of your efforts that we have the opportunity to debate this bill today. Now, whether it is like public housing, transitional housing, and other public housing measures, I hope that your policies will be more attuned to the people's need. I also thank the legal division and also the electoral secretariat for compiling the papers for us, and I also thank the stakeholders who have joined us in our visits to SDUs. Let's work together to forge a better future for SDU tenants. Thank you. Mr. Rockchen. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Basic Housing Units Bill. Having a safe and affordable accommodation is our basic human rights, but there are some 110,000 families living in expensive but tiny SDUs. Now, according to a survey in 2020, SDUs, including cage houses and bed space apartments, there are altogether 80,000 of them. Most of them do not have independent toilets, and 4% of them do not even have windows. Some 30,000 substandard SDUs will be phased out because they are unable to meet the new minimum requirements. Now, the BHU bill can address our imminent needs, and we should support it. 3 objectives have been raised in the bill. First, establishing a minimum standard of living conditions to ensure that the BHUs are hygienic, safe, and sustainable. 2, implementing an inclusive housing policy to cater for the needs of different groups. 3, setting a cap on the increase of rent to protect the affordability of tenants affected. Now, we should definitely support this bill. However, the regulatory requirements and enforcement would bring challenges. First of all, the supply of SDUs may decline. Landlords who lack the means to conduct alteration works may exit the market. Some landlords may change their tenancy strategy. In Yau Ma Tei, Sham Shui Po, and Tai Kwok Tsui, these are areas near university campuses. More and more SDUs may be converted into student hostel because that will bring a more lucrative rents for the landlords. That would undermine the supply of BHUs. And also rehousing and resource allocation, there is still a gap. Among the 110,000 SDU households, 60% of them are PRH applicants, but the waiting time is as long as 5 years. Some tenants are not eligible for applying PRH because their income exceeds the cap. With the shortage of supply of transitional housing, as of February this year, there are only 4,000 transitional housing units available. In the future, 3,000 more will be completed, but that will only bring the total to 7,000. For light public housing, so far there are only 500 available units. It is expected that these units will be filled soon. Now, most soon-to-be-completed PRH estates are located in urban areas. There will be keen competition for these PRH units. As a result, affected SDU tenants will be outcompeted and they will not get a flat. Now, the bill does not include a starting rent. Starting rents for SDUs is still higher than the prevailing market rate. BHU tenants in the future may have to suffer high rents. Now, to address these issues, I have 2 suggestions. First, we need to ensure that all affected tenants are rehoused. Tenants who are forced to leave their home because of the enforcement must be rehoused according to their needs. They should be given light public housing units, transitional housing, or intermediate housing, so that no one is rendered homeless because of the law. And also, the government must support the landlords in the transitional period, for example, providing technical advice or low-interest loan to landlords so that they can carry out alteration works to upgrade their subdivided units to reduce the likelihood of exit from the market. I so submit.
Mr. Chairman Kwong. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the bill. We want to tackle problems of appalling living standards and high rental. In 2021, in the census by the CNS department, there are about 110,000 SDUs, housing about 215,000 people. SDU is a complicated issue. The size is small, environment is poor, rental is high, safety is poor. There are also unscrupulous landlords overcharging tenants. Tenants live in fear. They may not be eligible for public housing, or they're just waiting. Or they live in SDUs because the place is close to their work or schools. I'm sure a lot of us have similar experience. We have to do our best to change the situation. I have 3 reasons to support the bill, and I have some suggestions as well. The bill is the most important step towards handling this problem. In 2022, in the 1st of July speech of President Xi, he talked about the 4 hopes, one of which is about addressing livelihood issues. Before that, Mr. Xia Baolong has also talked about tackling SDUs. With the healthy interaction between the government and the LegCo, everyone's working to improve people's housing conditions. The government listened to the views of LegCo and different sectors. They have launched a combination of measures. They increase public housing supply, they increase public housing production, they put in place light public housing, they combat abuse of public housing. They've extended a guarantee period of a premium not paid for home ownership scheme owners. They have quickly removed a large number of barriers. Well, I'm sure that it's an apt description to say that the Secretary has worked very hard to tackle the problems. All these measures aim to improve people's lives, to realize the dream of putting an end to substandard SDUs. Under the bill, there is a recognition system of BHUs, basic housing units. There is a set of standards on internal floor area, headroom, and a number of areas. Say, for example, internal floor area must be 8 square meters, and there should be a clear headroom of at least 2.3 meters. There must be at least one window. There should be separate utility meters. There should be sufficient ventilation and lighting. The Housing Bureau and the Financial Secretary's office have spoken to us on a number of occasions. It seems that the proposed standard has struck a balance. Now we have to improve existing ones and phase out substandard ones. We want to provide a decent living environment for households. In terms of enforcement, the administration has improved operability. Suitable basic housing units will be kept, whereas substandard SDUs will be phased out. There should be an effective registration system so that people will not be displaced. At the same time, sufficient time should be given to landlords to alter these units. There will be first registration, then recognition. They think that at the earliest March 2026, the registration period of 12 months will start. Once a unit is registered, there will be 36 months for alterations to be completed before they are recognized. When the draft was announced, there was a suggestion that 2 months will be given for tenants to move out for alterations to be done. It wasn't ideal. The government clarified to say that there is a 1-year registration and 3-year period for alteration. There is no urgent need to make tenants move out for alteration. There is also clear delineation of duties of different stakeholders so that everyone will be in charge of what they are supposed to do, of doing what they're supposed to do. Illegal letting of unrecognized units will be subject to a maximum fine of $300,000 and 3 years imprisonment. This doesn't just target owners. The situation of the case will be taken into account. Subtenants may be held as responsible as well. It's down to the person who collects rent and is in charge of the tenancy agreement. I have some suggestions. After the launch of the recognition and registration system, perhaps a few show units will be put in place to let owners know what the standards are. Relevant sectors, say for example interior design, renovation should be engaged to ensure that there is sufficient manpower to do the work. It's a good proposal. It should be done well. I suggest that the Housing Bureau and the CNS Department will take the chance to conduct a housing demand survey. It may be a very simple one. Just a simple form for tenants themselves to state whether they have applied for public housing, say for example HOS, subsidized sales housing like public housing, youth hostel units, transitional housing, etc., so that the government will know more about actual housing demand, so that resources will be properly allocated. The housing ladder should be improved. It should be deepened and widened. In 2023, suggestions of G19 was taken on board. The expansion of a period of a mortgage default guarantee period to 50 years. Last year, the volume of transaction of HOS is over 4,300, which is a peak for over 20 years. Assistance should be provided for tenants to move from SDUs to public housing units. I'm glad to see that in the latest policy address, enhancement measures are continued. There is improvement of the flat-for-flat exchange scheme as well as improvement of home ownership scheme. Like public housing is a transitional arrangement. It helps the government to tackle housing problems faced by grassroots families. Mr. Chan Kim Paul. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the bill. Under the bill, it is stipulated that subdivided units should meet minimum standards and should be recognized. This is to ensure that these flats will provide a reasonable living environment that is safe. The bill shows the commitment, determination, and courage of the administration. They are determined to tackle long-standing housing problems. The SDUs, some of them offer an appalling living environment. They are unhygienic, unsafe, and small. If accidents or incidents occur, it may cause lives and loss in property. We're talking about a large number of people being affected. It is also a very complicated issue. It's never been fundamentally tackled. Now we have the bill. It marks the milestone of progress. There is a set of minimum standards set for SDUs. That includes internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, structure, hygiene, covering 8 areas. They will cover the existing 110,000 SDUs. There is a registration system put in place. There is also a grace period that allows SDUs to undergo alteration as well as recognition in an orderly manner. This will ensure gradual regulation of SDUs. This has taken into account the feasibility and operability of the system. There is an appeal mechanism as well as support put in place. This proposal has taken into account affordability of the general public. There is sufficient land identified to build 308,000 public housing units, which accounts for about 40% of people waiting for PRH. On top of that, there is 21,000 transitional housing units and 30,000 units in light public housing. They all help to alleviate pressure. The government also announced that there will be an additional Category C applicants under transitional housing. Short-term accommodation will be provided for those affected by the regulation of subdivided units. There will be more options for grassroots families. I believe that supply will become stable. In turn, rental pressure will lighten. However, I'd like to say that there is no priority given to SDU tenants living in SDUs. However, the government has been pragmatic. They have been active in addressing the issues. They have conducted extensive consultation to collect views. They have step by step worked out implementation details towards an aim to help with the housing needs of hundreds of thousands of people.
Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Hong Kong is one of the densest populated places in the world. Our 2022 figures showed that there were 6,600 people for every square kilometer in Hong Kong. People here live in cramped spaces, rents are costly. Last century, there was already substandard or inadequate housing, rooftop units, corner units, coffin homes, you name it. The inadequate housing units tend to be fraught with safety and hygiene issues. Living in such places affects the personal growth and grades of children. The current term government is dedicated to resolving the issue of subdivided units. I give the government credit for this. The task force on tackling subdivided units spent 10 months on research before coming up with recommendations on how to deal with the matter, and that brought us to the bill here today. I support the bill. I was a member of the Bills Committee. We had to consider, after the regime takes effect, what we would do about the people who are displaced. Now there is support. We have transitional housing and light public housing. For transitional housing in particular, there will be a new Category C applicants for displaced SDU tenants. Those SDU tenants will be able to stay in transitional housing for the time being. This can help us settle people and ensure a smooth transition to a new regime. Our new regime will allow time for existing SDUs to arrange alteration works before getting recognition. Now, the regime will start in March 2026. There will be a 12-month registration window, followed by a 36-month grace period for all the alteration works and recognition process. Over the 4-year period, we will also see consistency with the 4-year tenancy security under our existing landlord and tenant laws. This will give time for tenants to find alternative housing if needed. There will also be an early bird discount for recognition. For the first 3 years, the fees will be at a discounted rate. So for the government, it should get a sense of the number of BHUs in the market and then arrange settlement accordingly. I support such an approach. This bill seeks to introduce a regulatory regime for basic housing units. The BC spent quite some time on the definition of BHUs. We talked about the definition and the materials. And then we came to the 8 minimum standards in the schedule to the bill. There are requirements such as a headroom of 2.3 meters, separate toilets, and also waterproofing requirements. Many views shared by BC members were realistic because in some cases you have to do floor screeding for the toilet and you have arranged other works to meet the basic requirements. The administration explained that all these requirements were meant to raise the hygiene standards and improve the living conditions. We also heard that most existing SDUs will meet the minimum requirements for BHUs. So in future guidelines, we look forward to clearer rules, and we should strike a balance between requirements and the circumstances, and just so the professionals can get the recognition or certification right. Recognition will come in 5-year terms. One condition attached is that the recognition needs to come with certification reports from professionals to show that the BHUs meet the minimum requirements. One concern raised by BC members was the fees charged by these professionals. And I also suggested making this certification fee of $3,000 administrative fees. This is to avoid the false impression that $3,000 will be all it takes to get recognition. After all, professionals will charge extra fees for writing up the report. The information should be on the website of BHUs. We should also compile a database of professionals who can provide certification. With these measures and the appeal mechanism and the enforcement system, with all these measures in place, we will be able to roll out the regime on time, and we can prevent substandard SDUs from emerging. Director Xia Baolong from the Hong Kong and Macau office called on Hong Kong to end SDUs and cage homes. We should grapple with this structural issue. This long-standing problem is thorny. We have 110,000 SDUs involving 220,000 grassroots tenants. It would take vast housing resources to get rid of the problem. But starting from 2022, this current term government has been making steady progress. In 2022, we had tenancy control for SDUs, and then we sped up the building of public housing, and then we got light public housing and more transition housing units. We're gradually improving the living conditions of grassroots. Today, we're at the second reading of the Basic Housing Units Bill. This is a monumental step because this shows the government is serious about its commitment to addressing the quality of life issues of people, and we are grappling with the problem of living conditions for people. I support the bill. Mr. Ambrose Lam. Madam Deputy, the current term government rises to a long-standing challenge, and we should give credit to the government for this. Back in 1872, there were extensive records about subdivided units back then. In the peak in Sai Ying Pun, dozens of people were crammed inside a single unit. On the ground floor, there were spaces for people to keep pigs, and then the plague struck, many people died, and only then we got public bathhouses. We still have a century-old bathhouse on the 2nd Street in Sai Yingpun. That bathhouse has been closed. We should consider converting that into a museum. Now, back in the 1950s, the government then started building public housing. Now there are 2.2 million people staying in public rental housing. Government over the years helped address housing issues. Now we have 220,000 people living in subdivided units. There are people, low-income families, waiting for public rental housing, and then there are new arrivals from the mainland. There are university students, fresh graduates. Some people rent an SDU in urban areas to be close to where they work. So there is still market demand for SDUs. We cannot get rid of SDUs, so let's regulate them instead so that SDUs become more affordable and safer. That's why I support this bill. I do have some concerns. First, manpower. There are 110,000 SDUs. In the next 4 years, there will be registration plus alteration. So much approval will happen over the next few years. And then we will also have a pilot scheme for student hostels. We will also need professionals for the registration and approval. So we should have the same group of people performing the tasks on both fronts that will make better use of our resources. Now, I'm also concerned about the building safety of the flats to be converted into BHUs. The buildings were designed with the intended occupants in mind in terms of their fire safety escape. But when you have too many BHUs in a building, that building will be overloaded. There will be more people in the building than the design intended, and that will mean safety risks. So for the safety of the residents, we should put a cap in the registration protocol. When you have too many BHUs in a single building, you should stop receiving fresh applications for BHUs. That will keep the residents safe, and that will also encourage BHU or STU landlords to register as soon as they can. Now, there will be a website with a list of BHUs. I ask the government whether we can have such a list at the land registry. No such arrangement is in the bill, but the government should tell people that they should check online before they buy or sell BHUs. And also call on the government to keep an eye on the rental market for BHUs. After this bill is enacted, substandard STUs will be gone. There will be fewer STUs. But you will have just as many prospective tenants for STUs. We're trying to bring more visa students here. There may be an even growth in the demand for BHUs, and that may mean higher rents, and this will in turn affect local residents who need STUs. These are grassrooters. They are very price sensitive. Any spike in the rent levels will affect these people's quality of life, and this may also feed resentment. So let's keep an eye on the rent levels. If the rents go up, we will need new policies to stabilize the rent. Don't wait till the grassrooters are overwhelmed. By then it will be too late, as so submit. Madam Deputy.
Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, Deputy President. According to the latest 2025 World Competitiveness Ranking, our competitiveness ranked 3rd in the world as one of the most competitive economies in the world. Some residents in Hong Kong have been living in substandard housing. This is a long-standing issue. Now, the most prominent issue is with SDUs. There are some 110,000 SDUs with some 220,000 people living in them. Some SDUs are quite large with independent kitchen and toilets. But in reality, most of the SDUs are of poor hygiene with fire safety risk. They are very small with insufficient lighting and ventilation. It poses risk to the health and life of the residents. Now, the Basic Housing Units Bill, or the BHU Bill, will introduce a regulatory regime for BHUs so as to eradicate the problem of SDUs, which has been a long-standing issue. Now, finally, we are emerging from the chaos of SDUs. It shows this time of the government to be a bold and courageous one. I applaud them. Now, to ensure that the so-called SDUs are of a suitable living standard, the bill has set a minimum requirement of living conditions for BHUs. For example, at least 8 meters square of internal floor area, and also other requirements on ventilation, lighting, fire safety, and structural safety. And also, alteration works involving SDUs usually involves changing the partition and adding toilets and drainage pipes. They may affect the integrity of building safety and undermine the interest and safety of other owners in the building. So the bill sets out that in the future, in the process of recognizing BHUs, landlords must attach a certification report compiled by a specified professional to show that the BHU is up to standard. The validity period is 5 years. A new certification report must be submitted every 5 years to ensure that the BHU is still up to standard, so as to ensure building safety. I'm pleased to see that the government is handing over these important tasks to professionals, including architects and also professional engineers under the Building, Civil, Structural, Fire, or Building Services discipline. This will speed up the certification process. Now, I hope the government would issue the Code of Practice or guideline as soon as possible and continue to communicate with the professionals to complete the last stretch of the mile. Deputy President, the 1-year registration period plus the 3-year grace period, altogether 4 years. This will be sufficient to cover the 4-year tenancy protection or tenancy security under the tenancy control regime. Now, the 4-year transitional period and also the early bird plan to encourage landlords to complete registration as soon as possible will ensure that the substandard SDUs are gradually converted into basic housing units. This will prevent a hike in the cost of alteration works and also a surge in rent level because of lack of supply. Now, on the premise of ensuring the minimum standards are met, we need to minimize the impacts on existing tenants. And also, tenancy agreements would expire at different points of time during the 4-year period. Afterwards, some SDUs will be converted into BHUs. In other words, we need to ensure that there is a continuous supply of BHUs in the market. Now, the 4-year transitional period is based on the premise of registration during the first year. So during the registration period, the government must ensure that publicity work is done properly. Elderly landlords must be helped to understand the requirements of the law. The government must also keep tab of the registration number. If the number is underwhelming, the government must immediately discuss with stakeholders an alternative route to plug the shortfall. Now, there are different concerns in society. Some landlords may withdraw from the market because of exorbitant alteration work cost, and also it may drive up the rental level in the market. And some grassroots tenants may not be able to afford the new rent. The landlord may terminate the tenancy agreement because they need to conduct alteration works and render some people homeless. Now, according to the Housing Department's estimation, 70% of pre-existing SDUs can meet the minimum standards with simple alteration works. The remaining 30% may require major alteration works to meet the standard. So these are the real targets. That's the BHU regime targets. Now, the alteration cost may be as much as $100,000. So only part of the remaining 30% of SDUs may be converted into BHU in the end. So some organizations have conducted a survey on the SDU tenants. The expected median rent level is $2,000. However, with $2,000 to $3,000 for monthly rent, you may only be able to rent a flat as large as 20 to 30 square feet. Now, to help affected tenants find a new accommodation, besides light public housing, the Housing Bureau has added Category C to the transitional housing regime as a safety net to provide temporary accommodation for tenants affected by the BHU regime's enforcement. This can greatly address the concerns of tenants in SDUs. Now, there is a limitation of 2 years accommodation for Category C tenants. I know this is because the government needs to deploy the resources appropriately, but I think the government can adopt flexibility in this. Now, for landlords, whether it is SDUs or BHUs, after all, this is a business. If the sums work out fine, the landlords will choose to continue their business. Now, in setting the minimum standards for living conditions, I believe the government has given sufficient consideration and struck a balance between safety and cost. Now, this bill represents an important step for reforming our housing ladder. I support the second reading and third reading of the bill as submitted. Mr. Tong Lee, Chair. Thank you, Deputy President. According to a 2021 survey, there were some 110,000 SDUs with some 200,000 people living in them. The per capita living area was just 6 meters square, lower than the standard of PRH. Now, in recent years, the supply of PRH projects and transitional housing projects have increased. However, demand has increased as well. Non-local students as well as overseas talents may rent SDUs. There has not been improvements in the living standards in SDUs, and also the rent level has risen. SDUs are expensive and tiny. Many of them involve unauthorized alterations, including electricity connection and also drainage pipe connection. It would affect the safety of other residents in the same building. And also, the poor living condition in SDUs are detrimental to the psychological and physical development of children. It is unfavorable for our overall development. The past 2 terms of the government have prioritized addressing housing issues in the policy address. Now, 4 years ago, the central government has directed that Hong Kong must eradicate the long-standing problem of SDUs. 3 years ago, in his important speech on the 1st of July, President said that one of the major aspirations of the Hong Kong people is to live in a bigger house. Now, the insufficient supply of public housing means that the government does not have the capacity to eradicate substandard and unlawful SDUs. That's why it is crucial to provide accommodation to tenants affected by SDU enforcement. Now, this difficulty means that some landlords and unscrupulous intermediaries and estate agents have been making profits from the plight of the tenants. It also gives rise to a series of nuisances and safety problems. Now, with the efforts of 3 terms of the government, the amount of public housing supply has been increased. Now, in the next 5 years, there will be 160,000 public housing units delivered, plus 20,000 transitional housing units and 30,000 light public housing units delivered gradually. It gives the government the capacity and room to address the problem of substandard SDUs. But we must understand that subdivided units have their markets in Hong Kong and other developed economies. For the convenience of work or schooling, some people would choose to stay in subdivided units. So critically, we need to have a minimum standard for subdivided units. I think the government should focus on eradicating the SDUs which are far below the standard first, and allow other SDUs to be registered and regulated for the time being. That's the spirit of the BHU bill. Now for BHU, there are 8 minimum standards of living conditions, including internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, structural safety, lighting and ventilation, toilets, water supply points, and water and electricity meters. These are the basic requirements. Society has diverse views on these standards. Now, for example, for my constituency, landscape and architects, there are some concerns on dark toilets and other fire safety requirements. Some other members and landlords of SDUs doubt the appropriateness of the requirements. For example, requiring openable window and also establishing water supply points outside the toilets. It may give rise to water seepage risk. Now, some SDUs may be unable to meet these new standards and are forced to exit the market. I don't think that's a problem because that is exactly the policy intent, which is to eradicate severely substandard SDUs. The government has been very pragmatic in setting these standards. These standards are much more lenient than other legislations. I think this is very reasonable. Concerning the doubt on the minimum standards, I urge the public to understand that the government must take a gradual approach to phase out substandard SDUs to avoid homelessness of SDU tenants, and also a surge in rental level of SDUs because of insufficient supply. We're talking about the livelihood of 100,000 families. Now, there is the question whether the rent level of basic housing units would be much higher than the existing SDUs. So I call on the government to continue to speed up supply of traditional public housing as well as other transitional housing projects so as to improve the living conditions of grassroots families. Besides, the government has been trawling for talents, including non-local students and other talents, to come to Hong Kong. That has added to the demand for housing. Now, the government has launched a pilot scheme to encourage conversion of hotels and commercial buildings to student hostel. The direction is right. Now, there are worries that this bill may drive more tenants to SDUs in industrial building with even poorer living conditions. Now, I think the government should step up on law enforcement on SDUs in industrial buildings while addressing the issues of oversupply of industrial buildings. We must encourage landlords to convert industrial buildings in a lawful manner into purposes more suitable for society's needs. Also, the bill stipulates that all subdivided units must have obtained a certification from specified professionals to ensure that all the minimum standards for living conditions are met. Only after registration can SDUs be lawfully let out as BHUs. And many people are concerned about the fee level or service fees charged by the professionals. Now, for example, waterproofing, loading, and other certification work. The government has promised to continue to communicate with the relevant professional bodies to formulate codes of practices and create template forms to reduce the certification fee, as well as setting out the liability to be borne by professionals clearly. Deputy President, with the waiting time for PRH shortened and capped, there is hope to eradicate the substandard SDUs problem gradually. The government should aim at elevating the living standard of grassroots people in Hong Kong to a new level. For example, helping grassroots people to become homeowner and help them move upward along the housing ladder. We must turn around the mindset of waiting for help from the government and just do nothing. Now, many years ago, I have been asking the government to set a minimum standard of per capita living area and also rent to family income level, so that Hong Kong people can live in better and bigger flats. I hope the government would continue to put efforts on this. I also submit to support the second and third reading of the bill and also the amendments.
Ms. Eunice Yong, I speak in support of the bill, Madam Deputy. We have the second reading debate of the bill. The government actively responds to the aspirations of eradicating SDUs and the aspiration for better housing. Under the bill, there is a clear legal framework set in place. In 2023, the Chief Executive set up the task force on tackling the issue of SDUs. They've conducted surveys and studies. In 2024, they have decided on the proposal to legislate to regulate SDUs. These SDUs will have to meet a minimum standard and will have to be recognized before they can legally be let. Illegal letting of unrecognized SDUs will mean criminal liability on the part of owners, but not on tenants. This shows that the government is determined to eliminate substandard SDUs. By ensuring there is a minimum standard, the grassroots are protected. It also provides clear standards for operation of up to standard SDUs. The government has set minimum standards on internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, structural safety, lighting, water supply points, toilet, and water and electricity meters. According to the Housing Bureau, the distribution of the SDUs in 2021 was studied. So over 1,100 buildings have been covered. There has also been site visits of 26,000 residential units to identify SDUs. Over 2,400 households have been interviewed to collect information about the living condition and financial situation. It shows that about 26% of SDUs have an area less than 8 square meters. Over 70% of the units are up to standard. And an 8 square meter unit only accommodate one single bed or one double bed as well as basic furniture. In terms of fire safety, the minimum standards addresses issues with the limited space. That's why there is a requirement for fire detector as well as a fire door. 90% of units only have to put in place a simple additional installations to meet the standards. So over 90% of the units don't have to go through significant alteration to meet the standards. There is also 48 minutes of transitional period. This shows that it has taken into account different needs. Starting from the 1st of March 2026, there will be a 12-month registration period. starting from the 1st of March 2027, there will be time for owners to undergo alterations. It's a grace period of 36 months. So there's sufficient time for owners to register and to get their flats recognized. For affected households, there is time for them to find alternative accommodation. This also ensures that there is no fluctuation in rental and also ensures a healthy development of the sector. The sector has expressed their grave concern. I have received different bodies giving me submissions. They have asked the administration questions. Replies have been sent. I thank the government for the reply. It's understood that at the beginning only 30% of substandard SDUs will be phased out. 70% of the substandard SDUs through alteration will meet minimum standards. However, owners are anxious. 90% of SDUs have a size of 55 to 75 square meters, that is 5.1 to 7 square meters, which is below the 8 square meters minimum standard. To meet the minimum standard, all the rooms inside the unit will have to be removed, say for example to change from 5 rooms to 4 rooms. 70% of SDUs have windows that faces a light well. That means a large number of them will have to be phased out. 90% of SDUs have not complied with requirements under the Fire Service Ordinance as well as a Buildings Ordinance. They don't meet the requirements in terms of loading and fire safety. So the current standards will mean that a large number of SDUs will have to undergo alteration. In the end, they may be phased out. So in terms of floor area, window orientation, and fire safety requirements, how come the government said that 70% of SDUs will meet the standards? That puzzles owners. That's also an important factor deciding whether the bill will be successfully implemented. I think the difference between different parties is in relation to the differences of enforcement and requirements. The government said that 70% of SDUs will meet standards after simple alteration based on the data collected by the consultant. Perhaps the internal floor area definition is different from the common understanding of internal floor area. The government said that as long as you install fire detector as well as an automatic fire door, that will suffice. Existing SDUs conform to the standards that was put in place in the past. Now you ask for an updated standards. Without support, without guidelines, the transition period will not benefit anyone. While I support the bill, I have some suggestions to make. First, the guideline details should be fleshed out in terms of a window orientation, fire safety standards, building standards. There should be a template provided by relevant departments. Suggestions should be given for units so that these units will be able to undergo modification to meet the standards. In relation to window orientation, there should be standards set for drawing fresh air from light well. It should not be an across-the-board requirement. I also suggest a subsidy scheme for alteration. It's something that some members have suggested as well. Perhaps a low-interest loan could be offered by banks to owners so that 70% of these units will be able to meet the standards before the transitional period expires. Thirdly, there should be an established communication mechanism. The Buildings Department FSD, the Housing Bureau, relevant departments should convene coordinating meetings to address issues such as alteration difficulties, rehousing of tenants, and make adjustments as necessary. The passage of the bill marks a change from the government's passive stand to an active stance to address the problem. It's about the living standard of units in Hong Kong. It also has an impact on the healthy development of our housing market. There is a goal to eliminate inadequate housing. It shows that the government has the determination and the ability to make changes, to make a change. It protects the rights of tenants as well as that of owners. In the end, everyone will benefit. Hong Kong will be built into a livable city. Thank you. Ms. Jovi Chan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm a member of the Bills Committee. Well, actually, I'm the Deputy Chairperson. I have participated fully in the scrutiny. I support the bill as well as the amendments. My constituency is in Sham Shui Po. It was known for the numerous substandard SDUs. In 2021, Mr. Xia Baolong said that Hong Kong should tackle substandard SDU problems so that we can finally put an end to it. Later, I am returned as a legislator. I'm glad to see the government setting up the task force to tackle the issue of SDUs. On a number of occasions, together with the secretary, we've been listening to views. Finally, in 2024, there was a consultation on legislation on basic housing units. Finally, we see the scrutiny of the bill. It sees that this is the result of careful consideration by the government. We have on a number of occasions organized activities relating to the regulation proposal. We have made suggestions to the government. We're glad to see that the government has taken on board a number of proposals by the FTU. The government has expedited the production of public housing. There is a multi-pronged approach put in place to improve and to increase housing supply. According to the latest information, well, to 2027, the waiting time for public housing will be reduced to 4.5 years. There are also measures to help grassroots get public housing allocation. The registration period under the basic housing units is expanded to 12 months and the grace period expanded to 36 months. These are proposals of the FTU. It gives time for owners to work on the recognition of these flats. There is also an early bird deal offered to owners, encouraging owners to get their units registered or recognized as soon as possible. Well, if they have registered the units within the first 6 months and then complete the recognition within the 3 years, they will enjoy a special waiver. Even if you don't do it at the first instance, but do it slightly later, you will still enjoy some kind of waiver in the fees. Units that don't need major alterations will be made available very early in the market. This special offer is to encourage owners of these units to put their flats in the market in the first instance. Well, there is a show flat for light public housing. I suggest that there should be show units for BHUs. The FTU is concerned about living conditions of grassroots. We have submitted a proposal. We suggest that underprivileged groups such as children and elderly people should be protected. We suggested the registration system. The government has put in place community living room. We think that the registration system will help the government's work in poverty alleviation. We learned that the government will collect data on families with children and elderly people. They will also make use of big data to conduct analysis. The government also said that they will make use of the recognition and the registration to collect information on households, say, for example, age of members of the household, whether they are waiting for PRH, like public housing or transitional housing. However, the completion of the information is on a voluntary basis. We appeal to owners that with the consent of tenants, take the initiative to supply the information so that the government will get the most information to enable them to put in place targeted measures. While we phase out substandard SDUs and put in place BHUs, we have to also take additional actions so that all these measures will work together to maximize the benefit. We can work with residents associations to disseminate information. I thank the government for organizing briefing sessions. I hope that there will be more. I also see that there will be addition of Category C tenants in transitional housings to provide them with assistance. We don't want tenants to be displaced. We hope that there will be assistance provided to help applicants. Enhanced enforcement should be put in place after the implementation of the regime. I look forward to working with the government in the future. I so submit.
Dr. Wendy Hong. Madam Deputy, subdivided units are a core problem in Hong Kong's housing issue. There are 110,000 SDUs involving 220,000 residents. This is an extensive problem. There have been calls for ending SDUs, but let us ask ourselves, why did SDUs exist? Can we get rid of them in one go? Let's look at the living conditions of the 110,000 SDUs. Who are these tenants? SDUs vary in quality. Some of them are substandard SDUs. These SDUs fall short of the fire safety hygiene standards. Some of these poor units are just 4 to 5 square meters in area. People living there suffer psychologically. Of course, we should stamp out these units. But then there are other SDUs. They meet safety and hygiene standards. These units are part of our housing system. There are also all kinds of SDU tenants. Nearly half of our SDU tenants are waiting for public rental housing. They are low-income households. And then there was 37,000 people who belong to the sandwich class. They make up 34.2% of all SDU tenants. Their income levels are above the limit for PRH flats, but they cannot afford private flats, proper flats, so they're stuck with SDUs. Still, other SDU tenants are actually fairly well off. They choose SDUs because they are close to where they work. And then there are university students who want to have their own living space. Among the residents of substandard SDUs, there are single parents, non-local residents, and refugees. SDUs are a complex problem. There's a reason for SDUs to exist. A one-size-fits-all approach to stamp out SDUs in one go is unrealistic. Our proposal here is to get rid of the substandard SDUs. This is what this bill on basic housing units is all about. We will regulate SDUs in 3 ways. First, there will be minimum requirements on the area, bedroom, headroom, air quality, fire safety, etc. There will also be a registration system for SDUs. SDUs that are up to scratch can be operated. For SDUs that fall short of standards, there will be reasonable time frame for landlords to alter the unit. The third measure is that after the grace period, SDUs that fall short of standards will be phased out in an orderly way, and for that we also have transitional housing and light public housing. This is to resettle people in need. The demand for SDUs is real. SDUs exist for a reason, and we're legislating to put in place a regulatory regime. This is to ensure quality living environment for people, and this is a vital starting point for our journey to resolve SDUs. While I support the bill, I want to stress a few points. Public housing is a kind of safety net. SDUs that meet minimum standards actually strengthen this safety net because people live in those units. We're seeing more and more SDUs. The same goes for substandard SDUs. This is a symptom of our land and housing issues, and this is also the result of our pause on building new HOS flats. For more than a dozen years, there has been no housing for sandwich class. So there's a gap in the housing ladder. PRH tenants cannot move up the housing ladder. There's barely any turnover for PRH tenants, so people waiting for PRH flats are left waiting. Private housing is out of reach for many, and then people have to live in SDUs, not out of choice, but out of necessity. After all, there are people from the sandwich class living in SDUs. You also have single parents, non-local residents, and refugees in SDUs. Boiling down SDUs as a problem with the shortage of PRH flats is inappropriate. More public rental housing will not help us get rid of SDUs. This is my point. The bill here is only the first step in addressing substandard SDUs. There will be much room for adjustments and discussions in the future. At the BC discussions, we had discussed many points. We talked about separate power meters. You may not be able to put in place such a meter because of the limit on the power load, and then the fees charged by professionals may be passed on to tenants. And then you also have problems with attributing the responsibility for water seepage problems. In the end, there may be fewer SDUs and leave tenants worse off. We all know that we cannot achieve change overnight. Taking that first step matters. This bill is a legislative framework so that we have a solid legal basis to deal with substandard SDUs. The 4-year transitional period will be important. The government must seize the moment, review the situation and make adjustments and allay the concerns. Here are my suggestions. First, we need an annual research report on the number of recognized BHUs, their distribution, rental levels, and the demographics of the tenants. For SDUs that fall short of standards, we will need detailed analysis for that as well, so that there is empirical basis for policy adjustments. Second, we need cross-departmental coordination. Let's get enough manpower to deal with the recognition applications for BHUs. We need a one-stop service for the applications for greater administrative efficiency. Third, we need a practical code of practice. Let's set up show flats of BHUs so that landlords know what's required. Professionals will also know what's expected. Fourth, we need market transparency. The rating and evaluation department should issue or publish the rental index for BHUs so that people can make informed decisions. Now I turn to my next point. It's about rehousing people. The government has been responsive. For transitional housing, we will have Category C applicants. This goes hand in hand with basic housing units. People affected by the basic housing unit regime will have access to transitional housing. Moving is never easy for residents. Those people ask for in situ rehousing, they ask for rental allowances. We can see why. But no policy is ever perfect. We have to be mindful of resources. Transitional housing can improve people's quality of life. I hope people can make sensible choices. They should make good use of transitional housing and improve their quality of life. We want SDUs to become a transition option. We want these SDUs gone. To get there, we need a better housing ladder. We should encourage upward mobility for PRH tenants so that they move out of these units. We should give a choice to the sandwich class so that everyone who works hard can find a way upward. I support the bill. I so submit. Ms. Judy Chen. I speak on behalf of the New People's Party. We support the Basic Housing Units Bill. I thank the Housing Bureau for this comprehensive bill. I also thank the Legislative Secretariat for facilitating our 8 meetings at the Bills Committee stage. Ending subdivided units is a community consensus. Back in 2023, the task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units was set up. One solution is to come up with this regulatory regime involving BHUs with minimum requirements in 8 areas: fire safety, structural safety, ventilation, lighting, etc. It's important to have the minimum requirements. We want to phase out substandard SDUs. At the same time, we want to avoid unduly high standards. Otherwise, the SDU landlords decide to pull out of the market and we will be short of housing units. The authorities have been thoughtful in striking this balance. A consultant was engaged for an in-depth survey. Now, for internal floor area, this is the most important factor. Non-governmental organizations and professional bodies called for a bigger minimum floor area, such as 10 square meters, but the government decided to strike a balance, so we're at 8 square meters instead. Having 10 square meters minimum would mean half of all existing SDUs, instead of just a quarter, will be affected. So I support this decision to keep the internal floor area at 8 square meters because this is a balancing act. Before we even had this bill, there were already many discussions. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues on the concern about fees. Landlords may worry about the recognition fees. So I'm glad that the government decided to adopt our suggestion by rolling out an early bird discount. This shows the government is responsive to popular opinion. This helps encourage landlords to register their SDUs early and alter their flats so that they are up to scratch. And this smooths the whole process over. On the technical requirements of BHUs, I expressed some doubt, and this has to do with the sink and the water supply point. These requirements show good intentions, but these requirements also drive up the alteration costs. Having these features also takes up the space inside the unit. But the government's thinking is to have separate toilet and kitchen facilities inside the unit, and I'm happy with that explanation. All that I suggest is that we should remain closely in touch with the stakeholders so that our requirements are reasonable and flexible. And let's also review the success of the regime from time to time so that our regime is truly improving people's living environments so that people live in a safe and dignified environment. We spent many days scrutinizing the bill. Not many amendments are needed, but I want to highlight Clause 29(1)(b) in particular. Now, the original provision seems to have missed something. There may be tenants unreachable for a long time. Based on the existing formulation, authorized officers will not be able to enter the premises. I welcome the government's adoption of the BC suggestion by proposing amendments to this clause so that authorized officers who cannot track down the tenant can do something in certain circumstances. On this proposal and the implementation of the regime, I'm fully confident in its success, and this bill can help us end substandard SDUs. The research from the consultant also shows that 40% of the SDU tenants already qualify for public rental housing. They're simply on the waiting list. And then 20% of those tenants may become eligible for PRH flats. That includes people who have yet to be in Hong Kong for 7 years. But that also means you still have 40% of tenants left. The government said we now have the confidence to deal with substandard SDUs. We're now ramping up PRH flats supply. We now have light public housing and transitional housing. Still, you have 40% of the tenants remaining. They may still be stuck in SDUs. These people become SDU tenants for all sorts of reasons. Some prefer their own living space. Others want to be close to where they work. So 60% of existing SDU tenants may move into PRH flats or transitional housing. You still have a sizable chunk of people who will still need SDUs. This bill is important because this bill will turn SDUs into safe and hygienic basic housing units in the long term so that they meet people's needs. I so submit I support the bill's passage. Thank you.
Mr. Chan Hock Fung. Thank you, Deputy President. President Xi, in his visit in 2022 to Hong Kong, mentioned that the greatest aspiration of the Hong Kong people is to live better and live in a larger house. Director Xia Baolong, when visiting Hong Kong in 2021, directed that Hong Kong must eradicate the issues of SDUs and cage houses. This has always been a thorny issue. Now I have seen a family of 4 living in a 100 square feet large flat. The child has to do his homework on the bed, and the kitchen is directly facing the toilet. Housing is expensive and tiny in Hong Kong. It affects the stability of Hong Kong's development. Now, the government has sped up delivery of public housing units, including transitional housing and light public housing. This combination of policy has shortened the waiting time for PRH applicants living in SDUs. But still, there is a need to have SDUs in the market. Now, this bill is a means to provide appropriate housing to SDU tenants. This is the first step to eradicating substandard SDUs. Many members have given their support to the bill. I am the same. Only with this bill can we eradicate substandard housing. But does it mean this is a panacea? It's not the case. There are still a lot of issues to be dealt with. I will mention several of them for the secretary to work on. Now, with the hardware in place, we have the minimum standards for the hardware of BHU. But software is what we need to follow up on. I'm worried whether we have the sufficient enforcement manpower to follow up on cases. Now, there is a 1-year grace period for registration of SDUs. After that, without registration, it is illegal to let out the SDU. But do we have sufficient enforcement manpower to enforce the law? In the past, when we follow up on the compliance of Form AR2 under the Tenancy Control Agreement, 3 years on, only half the cases have been dealt with. The situation is not ideal. So whether we have sufficient enforcement manpower to enforce the law 1 year after the registration period has started, that's the worry. We have some 1,100,000 SDUs in Hong Kong. Let's say 50% of them has been registered. That leaves 60,000 SDUs to be enforced. So I think the Housing Bureau must be very clear on the manpower position. Another issue is that after legislation, there will be disputes between the tenants and the court. This ordinance will increase the pressure on owners' cooperation of buildings with SDUs. I've been helping owners' cooperation for more than 20 years. The issue of SDU is a great concern for the building because the increase in number of residents in the building would add to the cost of management. No matter how many people are living in the flats, the SDU landlord only need to pay 1 share of management fee, and also electricity and water fees. Separate water and electricity meters are a requirement for BHU, but the usage within the flats is not even. If there are 9 air conditioners in the flats, that may take away all the electricity capacity for other residents in the building. The same applies for water usage. I think these will be upcoming issues that we need to deal with. The Secretary must deal with these issues seriously. Now, that may be under the purview of the HYAB, but nonetheless, this is also a daily issue faced by the tenants and also ways created by SDU flags. Now, in terms of downward mobility along the housing ladder, BC members have raised this issue with the government many times. Now, after the passage of this bill, we should encourage tenants to move upward instead of downward along the housing ladder. Now, with the passage of this bill, the rental for SDU may be increased. Where income stays the same, SDU tenants may move downward along the chain to worse apartments like bed space apartments. Then we may need to amend the bed space apartments ordinance. Now, this may not be under the Secretary's purview, but still, you need to work as a team to address the problem. Now, if tenants cannot afford BHU rent and need to rent a bed space apartment, that's not our policy intent. So we need to provide more help to SDU tenants. We have district councillors, care team members, and also real estate agents. They can offer assistance to tenants. The government can help them to render assistance to affected tenants. Now, the bottom line is the Basic Housing Units Bill is a sign that this term of the government has been addressing the long-standing issue of SDU head-on, so I support it. Mr. John Ying, President, this term of the government has been working hard to address the housing problem in Hong Kong while identifying land for housing supply. The Chief Executive has also announced in last year's policy address to legislate for a regulatory regime for basic housing units and introduce a regime to regulate SDUs. Only recognized BHUs can be let out for habitation. This will ensure that these units are up to standard and safe. The government is gradually addressing the long-standing problem of substandard SDUs, and I fully support it. Now, there are 111,000 SDUs in Hong Kong. Some 220,000 people are living in these tiny spaces, including some 30,000 children. The SDUs are mostly of small size and of poor conditions. Now, living in this crammed up apartments is detrimental to children's growth. I have personal experience of that. In my childhood, I lived in 2 SDUs in the Yamate district. There was only a bed. The size of the flats were only 8 meters squared, and I didn't even have a table. So I have personal experience on this. I'm happy that this term of the Legislative Council can scrutinize this bill, which will address the lively issues of grassroots families, especially children. So I fully support the government's work. For many years, there has been a lot of safety risk in SDUs. Many unfortunate incidents have happened. For example, there was a fatal fire in August this year. There was a fire in a flat subdivided into 8 units. The escape routes and corridors were very narrow. The fire alarm was out of order. It shows that there is an imminent need to legislate for basic housing units. Now, the bill requires the BHUs to meet a series of minimum standards of living conditions, including internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, loading safety, lighting and ventilation, toilet, water supply points, and water and electricity meters. And flats must get BHU recognition to be let out legally. This will eradicate SDUs with poor conditions like dark toilets and so on. Now, there is also a 1-year grace period, a 1-year registration period, and a 36-month long grace period, so that registered SDUs can conduct alteration works and apply for recognition of BHU. All in all, I think the direction of this bill is correct and pragmatic. However, there are voices in society that after the passage of this bill, despite the elevation of living standard, there may be fewer BHUs in the market, and it may cause the rent to go up. Some landlords may transfer the compliance cost to tenants. It would add to the financial burden of SDU tenants or even force them out of the SDUs. Another member has mentioned the worry of moving downward the housing ladder. So I agree that the government should monitor the implementation of the regime closely. More safeguards should be put in place. More inspections should be conducted, and the government should monitor the rental level of BHUs. When necessary, an adjustment mechanism should be put in place to prevent unreasonable surge of rental level. The government must ensure that BHUs are up to people's need. Now, we must also improve the fire safety of these units and remove the potential risk. For example, ensuring that independent smoke detectors are installed. Electricity and other contractors should be required to check the safety of these units. I support the early passage of the bill so that the regime can be kick-started next year. This is a meaningful step. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Chun-kang. Thank you, President. On behalf of the Liberal Party, I speak in support of the bill. Back in 2022, in the policy address, the Chief Executive said that he was determined to tackle the long-standing problem of SDUs. That is a key work area of the government. Multi-pronged approach has been put in place. There is the proposal to put in a regulatory regime of BHUs, a basic housing units. It's been widely supported by society. This is a small step, which in turn is a huge progress for addressing housing issues of Hong Kong. Everyone wants to live in a comfortable home. What is the definition of a comfortable home? That is the long-standing problem of Hong Kong. The issue of subdivided units is a pain point in Hong Kong. There are about 200,000 people living in about 110,000 SDUs. A lot of them have been waiting for PRH units for years. Some are not even eligible. They are of limited financial means. That's why they are stuck in SDUs on a long term. These may be located in tenement buildings, old buildings with small windows, no windows, or windows facing a light well. There is poor ventilation, poor insulation, so it will be hot in summer and cold in winter. It's very humid, and you have pests crawling everywhere. The environment is unhygienic. A whole family with children might be living in a tiny space. They live there, sleep there, children do their homework there, mothers prepare food, wash clothes within a small unit of just dozens of square feet wide. There may be even shared use of toilets. Stain in the toilet seat, in the toilet, is unsightly. The smell is repulsive. Is simply inhabitable. Living in these units will have a huge impact of one's lives. I feel so strongly about this because I feel the plight of people living in these units during visits have done. They have no choice. In addition to living in an appalling environment, they are also living in risks in a place with fire safety risk. Now, up to standard units will be renamed basic housing units. They will meet a set of standards. There will be a separate toilet with an area of at least 8 meters. They will be safe. This shows the government's determination in addressing the issues of SDUs. I'm also very happy to see that the government's been holding briefing sessions, reaching out to different areas with SDUs, talking to tenants, explaining to the public why there is a need to have BHUs. But there are questions from society and from this council. With a BHUs, does it address the issue, the problem of SDUs? The devil is always one step ahead of us. There are owners of SDUs evicting tenants. There are also concerns that rental will be increased as a result of units meeting minimum standards. I think the government will continue to explain to tenants and owners about the minimum standards. Hopefully, people will move from basic housing units to light public housing units, to public housing units, to private housing. I understand that there are substandard SDUs in the entire territory. The flats may involve the structural changes, hygiene, changes in the connection of electricities, flats without fire safety installations. It's my suggestion that when submitting applications, certifications should accompany the applications. There should be a vigorous standard and checklist put in place, requiring owners to state whether there is any structural change, whether there is any change in connections of pipes and electricity wirings, whether there is a fire extinguisher in the unit. The government listened to views during consultations. They proposed a number of amendments. It shows that they are very flexible. That's why the Liberal Party supports these amendments. Well, the relaxation of certain standards is to ensure that there will be a larger number of units being eligible. I think the key point of the registration system is to award owners and penalize those who do not do so. There is a 1-year registration period and a 3-year grace period, encouraging owners to alter their units. If you register early, there will be a waiver of registration fees. That means eligible units will be registered and recognized earlier, making them available for tenants. There is also a grace period. There is sufficient time given to owners to undertake alterations, sufficient time for owners to have their units recognized. I also have a question, just like Mr. Chen Hock-Fung. Do you have sufficient manpower to enforce the law? Is there a declaration system or a report system? So that unrecognized units will be reported? The needs of tenants have been taken into account. There are about 159,000 public housing units, in addition to 21,000 of light public housing units, as well as 21,000 transitional housing units. All these are there to address and help grassroots, improve their living conditions. Well, if you want to choose a place close to your work, you can pick a light public housing unit. If you can choose a basic housing unit. If you want a better environment, you can choose light public housing. There are many ways to expedite production. Innovation should be introduced to housing production to meet the target as soon as possible. And this will enable SDU tenants, when they move out of SDUs, to have a good place to live. All these will increase choices, and it will also alleviate the pressure on rental increase. President Xi at one point said that an important part of people's life is the aspiration to live in a bigger place. This bill shows the determination of the government because it is palpable. Apart from measures to combat abuse of public housing and the increase in production in light public housing, we hear the chief executive saying that the waiting time will be reduced to 4.5 years from 5.1 years. That is the latest target. We need an array of measures to address the problem. Don't just stop at basic housing. We want to put in place a good housing ladder for people to have a sense of happiness and a sense of satisfaction in Hong Kong.
Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. I support the Basic Housing Units Bill. Figures show there are 110,000 subdivided units. Tens of thousands of families are staying in these SDUs. In my district level work, I came across many SDUs and also unauthorized works. I came across rooftop homes, cage homes. Disadvantaged groups stay in these units, new arrivals from the mainland, singletons, doubles and elderly households. I got questions from these people. They complain about excessive water bills and power bills. When they showed me their tenancy agreements, I noticed that the landlords got to dictate the utilities charges. And those charges tend to be 20 or 30% higher than those charged by the power companies. So for basic housing units, there will be separate water meters from the Water Service Supplies Department and separate power meters from the power companies. Power companies will also consider the electricity load of the principal flat before installing the meters, and this will address the problem of overcharging for utilities. This will also mean safer basic housing units. The utilities charges will make sense. I visited an STU household involving 2 seniors. They live in an old tenement building. Those SDUs are just 5 to 6 square meters in size. There's barely any living space, so I encouraged the seniors to go out more often. I asked them to visit the malls more often to stay fit. Now there are community living rooms so that there are places for SDU tenants to go to. The Basic Housing Units Bill set out minimum requirements. The internal floor area has to be at least 8 square meters. The headroom has to be at least 2.3 meters. BHUs will need to come with separate toilets and basic water supply, ventilation, and lighting. These units also require professional certification in terms of fire safety. And a BHU will need recognition before it can be rented out. This regime will safeguard tenants' rights. Tenants will live in certified units so that they won't live in substandard SDUs. This will mean safer homes and a better life for those SDU tenants. We want our stakeholders to understand the new regime, and that will take publicity and education. To help SDU landlords comply with the new regime and to raise the awareness of tenants of their rights, I encourage the government to set up a dedicated website on BHUs. Let's also set up a portal for people to ask questions. This can be a hotline or a mobile app. We can also use AI to provide simple answers so that tenants and landlords can find out for themselves where the problematic units are, and they can stay on the straight and narrow. And they can also be aware of the transitional arrangements after this bill is passed. Children are our future. Children will be our future showrunners. Society is where our children grow up. For these children, a stable home is more than just a shelter. It's also the place where children grow up and they pick up knowledge. The Hong Kong Metropolitan University did a study on the impact of the living environment on children. 40% of children staying in SDUs considered that they lacked study space at home. Some found a lack of play space. They are more likely to experience anxiety and stress. These children said prolonged exposure to a cramped space led to greater anxiety and agitation. Some had strained relationships with their parents. SDUs are a poor environment for studying, and there's no stable internet connection. A community organization found that more than half of the surveyed students used electronic devices in poorly lit rooms, and this is bad for them. As digital education is gaining pace, SDUs represent a form of injustice for children living there. I visited SDUs with Mr. Eric Chen and Dr. Beng Chen. We learned about these children's struggles while trying to study in SDUs. In a cramped space, you have the TV on, your family members are chatting, and the child is cooped up next to the wall doing the homework. How can the child be expected to concentrate on their studies? Space is limited. Children dare not invite their classmates to their home. How can these children form social networks and lead a social life? SDUs affect children's concentration and self-image as well as social life. So with basic housing units, we are trying to provide children with a space to grow up. This is also something that we hope can go hand in hand with the government's vision in 2022 to address intergenerational poverty. BHUs will be no more than a band-aid. BHUs are only providing the basic conditions for children. To provide a level playing field for children, we will need something more fundamental. People want a place they can call home. Children living in SDUs want their own bed and desk. That's all they ask for. It's a humble ask. This is what they want the most now. They need a quiet environment to focus on their studies and develop confidence. This bill's passage will mean a better living environment for tens of thousands of families. But to address the housing shortage, we will have to look at our public housing and the housing ladder. Long-term planning is in order. We'll have to look at our housing policy. The government is working hard on different housing policies, like public housing, transitional housing, land development. These measures can synergize with each other and address the problem of subdivided housing, which is a long-standing, big and thorny problem. For children, we need not just housing, but also education, talent. With all these measures in place, we can truly lift people out of SDUs. We have to nurture children so that they stand on their own feet and address these problems. The community, schools, and families should work together to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty for these children so that these children become our future showrunners. This will be an essential investment. I hope everyone can have a place they can call home. Mr. Kitson-Yang, there are 110,000 subdivided units in Hong Kong involving 220,000 SDU tenants. I work in Kowloon City District. That's one district where you have many SDUs. Many such SDUs are of poor quality with cramped living spaces. Many units have no windows. The kitchen and the toilet are in the same place. Some are coffin homes. You don't even have a place for you to sit down. Many units are infested with fleas or bed bugs. The rent can be $3,000 to $4,000 per month. It's sad to see people living in such places. We will all find such places unacceptable. That's why we support this bill. We have been calling for an end to SDUs for a long time. The current term government has done much on housing. We finally have what it takes to address SDUs. This government is facing up to the challenge. We have the tenancy control for SDUs, and now we have the BHU bill. We will have minimum standards, internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, structural safety, lighting and ventilation, separate water and power meters, and also the requirement of certification before a landlord rents out an SDU to people. These measures will make a huge difference in ending SDUs. BHUs will have to be at least 8 square meters. Along with other requirements, the point is to give people a dignified living space. So I support the government's approach. I also echo other members' concerns. With this bill's passage, there will be fewer SDUs. 30,000 SDUs will be phased out. Some SDU landlords are reluctant to bear the costs of alteration, so they will stop renting out units. And some SDUs are in flats issued with fire safety orders. There may be unauthorized works or blocked fire escape, and that will prevent those SDUs from meeting the requirements. The government should encourage landlords and SDU operators to play a more active part in building management by taking part in, say, Operation Building Bright 2.0. The third round of applications ended for OBB 2.0 last year, so I hope a new round can open soon. That way, people can improve the common parts in buildings, including the unauthorized structures. As a next step, we will need more publicity. Let's explain how all this works to SDU landlords. We should provide them with a list of professionals who can certify the unit so that we can maintain a steady supply of basic housing units and we can keep the rent stable. We should also work with local stakeholders such as care teams and district councillors so that they can spread the word to SDU tenants. That way, the tenants can brace themselves for the change they can apply for transitional housing. With the BHU regime in place, I'm more concerned about what will happen to the SDU tenants. SDU landlords cannot evict their tenants, but the landlords will take back their units for alteration units. SDU supply will shrink in the early days after the bill's passage. We have 110,000 SDU tenants, 40% of them have applied for PRH flat, 20% will soon qualify for PRH flat. Qualifying for PRH flat is one thing, they still have to wait. And then there are others, they wanted their own living space, so they decide to stay in SDUs. They will have to find somewhere else to stay in. I welcome the Housing Bureau's rollout of the Category C applicants for transitional housing. SDU tenants affected by the BHU regime with immediate housing needs will be able to apply for short-term accommodation after an assessment by social workers. More flexibility is needed. We should take a district-based approach to Category C applicants. We should be flexible with a 20% cap. And then there are SDU tenants who haven't stayed in SDUs for 6 months. Let's also allow them to apply for transitional housing. Households with seniors or newborn babies should get priority as Category C applicants. We should also let those people stay in transitional housing longer so that they don't get displaced. And let's also work with community living rooms. So that those Category C applicants can leave their transitional housing and find alternative housing in an orderly way. And let's also keep an eye on the number of BHUs on the market. We need data on tenants, especially elderly tenants. Gathering the data can help us compile a database on BHUs who will be able to get a full picture. And we should also be reviewing the success of the new regime. Many people who invest in industrial buildings exploit legal loopholes. They convert industrial buildings by turning the floor space into office space. They ask the tenants to get business registration. The rhetoric is that people work there, but in reality, people live in those industrial buildings. With this bill's passage, there will be greater demand for SDUs in industrial buildings. So I call on the Development Bureau to work with the Housing Bureau on inspections and enforcement, and we should criminalize the use of industrial buildings for SDUs. I support the Basic Housing Units Bill.
Dr. So Chang-Wing, President. The government is legislating for the regulatory regime of subdivided units. That's where the basic housing units regime comes in. It shows that the government is determined to eradicate substandard SDUs and safeguard the living rights of grassroots families. It is one of the important policy measures to address the deep-rooted issues in Hong Kong. I support the passage of the BHU bill. Housing problem has been long-standing in Hong Kong. The poor living conditions in SDUs has gathered a lot of limelight. Even the central government is concerned about the problem. As early as 2021, during his visit to Hong Kong, Director Xia Bolong explicitly directed Hong Kong to eradicate SDUs. In fact, SDUs are small in sizes. They also have lurking safety issues like fire safety and poor hygiene. It is a serious threat to the personal safety and dignity of the tenants therein. Now, by legislating for the BHU regime, minimum standards of living conditions are set for BHUs, including internal floor area, headroom, fire safety, structural safety, lighting and ventilation, toilets, and so on. These clear requirements have enhanced the living conditions of all SDU tenants to ensure that SDU tenants can live in humane conditions. I personally think this is a historical improvement of our housing policy, and we should all support it. This bill shows that the government has taken thorough consideration in terms of regulation, enforcement, and the benefits of different parties. However, because of the sheer complexity of the issue, there are bound to be challenges in the implementation of the regime. The government must be careful not to stir up new issues during the transitional period. For example, the government must be mindful of the risk of transferal of compliance costs to tenants. Now, objectively speaking, landlords would naturally transfer the cost of alteration works onto tenants. And for those SDUs which will cease to exist because of failure to comply with the minimum requirements, in the short run, the supply of subdivided units in the market will be reduced, leading to a rise of rents for compliance units. The government should introduce a monitoring mechanism to keep tab of the change in rental level, supply, and household compositions in the market. Timely solutions should be formulated to address emerging problems. Second, the government must step up support for tenants during the transitional period. Because of the implementation of the BHU regime, tenants may have to vacate their flats sooner than expected. That there is a mechanism for compensation in case of early termination of tenancy. However, for the grassroots, it is not just a matter of the financial costs related to moving. It would also mean cutting off their connections with the community and also changing the children's schools. So the government must collaborate with NGOs and establish a comprehensive support network. More services should be matched with the tenants, including assistance to move houses and also helping the tenants to apply for light public housing units or transitional housing. Only then can the government ensure that these tenants will not be made homeless because of the bill. Now, of course, the government has already formulated a series of comprehensive measures to safeguard the benefits of tenants. Third, the government should offer assistance in terms of technical and financial assistance to landlords who would like to remain in the BHU market. The requirements are quite stringent. For example, there are minimum requirements in terms of floor area and headroom. Some landlords may be deterred by the high alteration works. According to some media reports, the cost to alter one single SDU may be as high as $400,000. It may reduce the supply of much needed SDUs in the market. So while upholding the minimum standards, The government should also pay mind to the actual circumstances and provide actual assistance to help more landlords to register their SDUs and conduct alteration works as soon as possible. Otherwise, there may be a wave of alteration works near the end of the grace period, leading to chaos. Now in the future, there will be some 80,000 BHUs in the market. To avoid a repeat of the previous chaotic situation in relation to SDUs, stringent law enforcement must be put in place. If there is underwhelming law enforcement, the problem of substandard SDUs will be given a new lease of life under the BHU regime. There will still be unlawful subdivided units in the market. The government must take a stronger stance on eradicating unlawful SDUs and establish an effective cross-departmental mechanism to prevent the issues of substandard SDUs to exist in other residential buildings. President, I think the policy intent of the BHU bill is correct. It means a lot to our society. It marks an important step in protecting the living rights of Hong Kong people. Now, this is just the beginning. The follow-up work is also important. The government should take a compassionate approach in enforcing the law while remaining dedicated to eradication of substandard SDUs. Thank you. Mr. Eric Kim. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the BHU bill. The bill seeks to eradicate the long-standing issues of substandard SDUs with safety concerns and establish a set of minimum standards of living conditions. As an international metropolis, Hong Kong still has some 110,000 SDUs, one-third of which are substandard SDUs. Now, it is very difficult to get accommodation in Hong Kong, so some members of the public still resort to substandard SDUs. This is highly incompatible with our status. Now, the minimum standards of living conditions for BHUs will provide a living condition with dignity for grassroots families. Now, during the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland, President Xi mentioned 4 aspirations and 4 hopes, one of which is for the government to earnestly address livelihood issues. Director Xiabolong also directed the government to eradicate substandard SDUs. Now, in the policy address last week, the chief executive attached much importance to reforming the housing policies. Now, this term of the government is determined to improve the housing situation in Hong Kong. This is a result-oriented approach. In terms of increasing housing supply, enriching the housing ladder, and other measures, we applaud the government's achievements. Now, Singapore, which is also one of the 4 little dragons in Asia, back in 1960s, the government has started the HAB policy. There was a policy for Singaporeans to become homeowners. Now, with gradual increase in land supply, the housing ladder has been formulated. Now, 78% of Singaporeans are living in HAB flats. On the other hand, in Hong Kong, we have been too focused on giving the markets a free rein. We have a very relaxed regime to regulate land development, and we have neglected the issue of subdivided units. eradication of substandard SDUs, especially those with safety risk, should have been the first priority of the government. Now, we have to ensure that no substandard SDUs are allowed to remain after the transitional period. Now, the government has pledged to continuously increase land supply and land reserve and deliver more public housing so that we can live up to our reputation as an international metropolis. Now, the rental level after the BHU regime is implemented may not increase exorbitantly as the market worried. However, with the tenancy control measure being put in place for 3 years, as at March this year, the RNVD has only received 53,000 from AR2, accounting for less than half of the total number of SDUs in Hong Kong. It shows that a large amount of landowners or a large amount of SDU landlords have not fulfilled the obligation to fill out the Form AR2. It renders the government unable to keep tab of the changes in the market. So after the passage of this bill, the government should stringently enforce the requirements of Form AR2 submission by SDU landlords. We need to promote our regime to new arrivals in Hong Kong and crack down on unlawful letting of SDUs. Now, we must review the rent level of SDUs in the market to ensure that the rent is kept at a reasonable level. Now, concerning the situation where the flat is let out for habitation without valuable consideration, there is an exemption. Now, this is a compassionate approach for allowing friends and relatives to stay for free in the flat, but it also gives rise to hidden safety and fire risk. The government must be careful about landlords circumventing the law by claiming that they are letting the flat out for relatives or friends without charging them. Now, there are some citizens who have been allocated with a PRH flat, but for convenience of work or school, they still choose to rent a SDU. Now, the government must meet the aspiration of this group of PRH applicants to reduce the need to cross over to other districts to work or study. Now, part of the new arrivals in Hong Kong need to rent a flat. Now, objectively, with the passage of this bill, the supply of SDUs would be reduced. New arrivals are not eligible to apply for public housing. This will add to their pressure and render it more difficult for them to rent a flat. Now, we should increase the supply of hostel places as well as dormitories for workers to help these new arrivals to integrate into Hong Kong. Now, all along, people have been aspiring for their own home. Like a famous poet said in the Tang Dynasty, housing is the biggest aspiration of the people. So I hope that with the passage of this bill, we can provide a stronger safeguard for better living in Hong Kong and help eradicate substandard SDUs in Hong Kong. I also submit to support the bill.
You partner.
Mr. Perry Yu. Thank you, President. This is the second reading debate of the Basic Housing Units Bill. It reminds of my childhood. I was living in Wall City in Kowloon. The unit I was living in was akin to the one proposed under the bill of a similar standard. Housing is a long-standing issue in Hong Kong. Subdivided unit is a major issue. According to an organization, in 2016, the rental for SDU increase is 200 times higher than other sectors, and the per capita area for people living in SDU is less than half of 11.5 square meters. About 10% of the units have a toilet combined with a kitchen, and a large number of them are in buildings without owners' corporations or management companies. There is also security issues. Resources have been devoted by the government to address the problem. Between 2013 and 2023, the number of SDUs has increased from 66,000 to 110,000. The number of people living in them has increased from 170,000 to 220,000. To improve living conditions of SDUs, in the policy address of 2023, the CES announced the establishment of the task force on tackling the issue of SDUs. There is a proposal to set out the minimum standard of SDUs. Members include the Secretary for Housing and the head of the Housing Department, Ms. Rosanna Law. In 2024 policy address, the government announced that legislation will be put in place to establish a regime for BHUs. We're now at the final stage of the bill. This is an important step to phase out SDUs. There was a controversy in the setting of the minimum standard. Setting up SDUs is actually a commercial behavior. It provides an additional option for tenants. If the cost for alteration is too high, the cost may be shifted onto tenants. The number of SDUs may reduce. So we have to be pragmatic while improving the conditions of the units. It's a very difficult balancing act. There is a minimum standard set under the bill. Say, for example, 8 meters at a minimum internal floor area and a headroom of at least 2.3 meters. Separate and waterproof toilet. In addition, there is also a requirement to provide a sink and water supply point, separate water and electricity meters, requirements of structural safety, fire safety, and lighting and ventilation. The Bills Committee has had an in-depth discussion on the details. They want to make sure that the implementation will be feasible, viable, and operable. That is the crucial factor of the effective implementation of the regime. The bill is an important step in the improvement of living standards for grassroots. But there are indicators, and there are also areas of concern. Say, for example, is there a sufficient supply of professionals? Will the pricing be affordable? There are about 7,000 engineers, surveyors, and about 1,000 professionals in fire service engineers. The government said that the cost will be about $10,000 in addition to the 3,000 administrative fees. So the total cost will be about $20,000. There is an early bird deal encouraging operators and owners to register as early as possible. I asked the government to assess the market situation as soon as possible. The fees should be set at a reasonable level so that it will not be shifted onto tenants. Half of tenants living in SDUs are waiting for PRH units. Those who are not on the waiting list, 35% of them are not permanent residents, hence ineligible for PRH units. Most of the tenants of SDUs aim to get a flat in public housing. So give them a flat as soon as possible is the ultimate goal. The government's work has made achievements. In the coming 5 years, the total supply of housing is 109,000, an increase by about 80%, 196,000. In addition, there will be 30,000 light public housing units and 21 transitional housing units. This has boosted the confidence of the government to eradicate SDUs. I so submit in support of the bill. Mr. Ben Chan, I speak in support of the bill. I remember on the 6th of February 2015, I was in Chunwan. I was handling a fire incident. It was my constituency. It was a loft divided into 4 units. When the fire started in one of the units, an elderly man living alone was burned to death. It was cold. I wonder if the living condition was better, could he have been saved? I went up to the flat when firefighters have finished their work. It was a mess. On a number of occasions, I proposed a legislation for regulation. At that time, I proposed that there should be a simple registration mechanism to deal with SDUs. My rationale was simple. Well, at least let the government or relevant department to know who owns the unit and who's in charge of the alteration. In a fire incident, the owner could not be contacted because the owner was in the US. So how come that the flat was turned into subdivided units and let out? The responsible person could not be found. In addition, the layout of the unit should be made known to relevant departments. The FSD said that it was like a maze inside. I went there and saw it with my own eyes. So the layout of SDUs is important. And thirdly, I thought, should there be at least one fire extinguisher in each unit for use in emergency? That's what I said a decade ago. I was interviewed by a reporter. I took the reporter to the unit. It was one flat divided into 4 units. In that flat alone, over 10 people were living in it. It's said that without a registration, the layout of subdivided units could be a maze with narrow corridors, narrow stairs, huge load on electricity. It was a flat used by 12 households. It was a building catered for the use of 12 households, but now dozens of households are using the same drainage system and water supply system. All these problems arose because of a lack of standards. Now we're here to talk about a standard. I look forward to see units meeting the standards in the market. I distributed fire extinguishers to tenants living in SDUs with organizations, but our work, what we can do is limited. Finally, this government has put in place a system. Well, I was unable to join the Bills Committee because during that summer we were dealing with a number of other bills. But I pay close attention to the Bills Committee meetings. I think that the government shows commitment in handling the problem by legislating for the regime. The additional measures taken up by the government are merit points, brownie points. Safety is paramount. Improvement in living conditions are the bonuses. You start from a minimum standard. We are not trying to nitpick. But what we don't want to see is that government departments suggest additional conditions just so they can tick all the boxes and not be held responsible. But as I said, safety is paramount. So I hope that will be pragmatic with the implementation of the bill. As Mr. Perry Yu said, pragmatism is very important. So that's why there is the set of minimum standards set out under the bill. This will be this will be the fundamental requirements. We don't want to see departments passing the buck because they don't want to be held responsible. I want all departments to be pragmatic. The second point I'd like to say is pricing. Some units may not go through the recognition because of the huge cost in alteration. Supply will reduce. I hope that by adjusting supply, rental level will be controlled. We want to ensure that there is sufficient supply so that rental will not be too high. We want to provide additional choices to tenants in addition to SDUs. There should be different types of housing. Transitional housing is important. The housing ladder should be improved as well. We also have to pay attention to putting in place a safety net. In the past decade, because of political reasons, we did not have the favorable environment to pay attention to this issue, let alone to address it. In the past 5 years, we have gone through social unrest to the epidemic. Now we have the condition to deal with this bill. I'm very happy, and I thank the administration for having the commitment to handle it. We need a good system. A good system means that when there are problems, the problems will not be a burden. It will be resolved, giving assurance to the general public. I hope that different sectors in society will be brought together to ensure the implementation of the bill. Civic groups may be engaged as well to conduct inspections to see if there are any irregularities ongoing or materializing. You can mobilize civic societies to help. The trend of SDUs should be monitored as well. We have light public housing, we have transitional housing, and indeed, the supply of SDUs is not as tight. Rental has eased. Now we have BHUs. We hope that households can live in a nice and convenient location. We want the regime to be implemented smoothly so that owners will not encounter too many difficulties. Ms. Chen Yubing. Thank you. I speak in support of the bill. Data shows that there are about 110,000 SDUs in Hong Kong. About 220,000 people are housed in these units. It's a large group that we can't ignore. Well, there is hygiene, safety, fire, structural risk and issues. The conditions of these units vary. A lot of them are substandard. If you just rely on ad hoc enforcement or the consciousness of conscience of owners is not enough. The bill puts in place and established a regime to phase out substandard SDUs. In the long run, there are also supporting measures from transitional housing and light public housing. Under the bill, there will first be registration of 12 months, and after that there is a period of 36 months grace period. This gives sufficient time for owners and operators to undergo alterations. There is also time for these units to obtain recognition. Requirements are set out clearly, and the minimum standards are quantifiable and accessible. There is also an appeal mechanism in place. In addition, we have light public housing, transitional housing. The supply of these types will increase. This will cushion the impact of possible reduction of supply from SDUs. During the first 3 years, there will be a waiver or reduction in fees. This encourages owners or operators to have their units registered as soon as possible to ensure supply. There is a set of minimum standards. These standards are targeted and operable and verifiable. There are 8 areas. And this sets a bottom line for safety standards. There is also flexibility. The Secretary for Housing may make technical adjustments in the form of subsidiary legislation to cater for future updates. There will be recognition conducted by professionals. It's a closed-loop operation. The Housing Bureau will conduct random checks. There will also be ratification notice issued if necessary. So the whole process is put in place. So there is a regulation, there is a verification, recognition, and if need be, appeal. There are also penalties with a reasonable deterrent effect. The bill is supported by support measures. Some cases will be followed up by social workers. There is also interim housing, transitional housing available to provide assistance to households that are affected because of the enforcement actions. In the tenancy market, there is a asymmetry in information. By setting a minimum standard to allow legal units to be let, it will address the problem. Substandard units will impose a social cost. If you leave the problem without handling it, the cost will become hidden. The regulatory regime will internalize the cost. Is also a way to address social injustice. But there are areas of concern. There may be a limited supply of professionals. If there is a large volume of applications, then surveyors, engineers, relevant professionals there may not be sufficient professionals to handle applications. There is also the issue of protection of rights of tenants. There is a compensation mechanism applicable to illegally let units. But what about households with special needs? The details of the compensation mechanism should be easy to use. I have some suggestions for the administration. It's for their reference in the formulation of the subsidiary legislation. There should be cooperation with professional groups. There should be workshops organized for professionals. The form of the format of the certification form should be standardized. There should be a performance pledge by which after a certain number of days the applications will be processed and progress will be notified to applicants will be notified of the progress. There should also be surveys conducted covering average cost of alterations, call-out times for fire services, so that technical standards can be set. We aim to continuously improve the regime. Set a minimum standard is set under the bill to ensure safety. In addition, there is a transitional housing in place. This will encourage the market to improve. This is about the housing issues of 220,000 people. We can't be ostriches, but we can have an across-the-board approach that causes unintentional damages. Well, the government has shown determination, but at the same time they are people-oriented. There should be flexibility put in place. There should be management of data, collaboration across departments, inspection of records to work out the details.
Mr. Rincon, thank you, President. The Basic Housing Units Bill shows the determination of the current term government to address housing issues. We had the tenancy control for SDUs or subdivided units. Now we are doubling down with this bill. This bill involves an entirely new policy, so the Bills Committee discussed the operation and implementation of this new regime. We addressed the concerns from landlords and tenants. The BC got many submissions. Some were in favor. Others expressed concerns, such as problems with alteration and the alteration costs. Many tenants worry that ultimately someone have to pay for the costs. And this regime will have wide-ranging implications for the disadvantaged. Some people point out that SDUs come in all forms. Many SDU tenants are singleton seniors. Others simply want a place near the workplace, so they rent SDUs. A one-size-fits-all approach will not address all those problems. Improving housing quality is a shared aspiration of the government and the community, and I believe that's also the goal of this bill. The implementation matters. There may be complexities that warrant a more meticulous approach. People's feedback is based on their own circumstances. There's a reason for people's submissions. I believe the government has taken into account these factors. There will be a 3-year grace period. During that period, the government should look out for the response and adjust the policy when needed. This policy on BHUs is not easy to implement. It's just like tenancy control for SDUs. There is no precedent. We can only do this try and error as we go along. So here are some things the government should look out for. BHUs are supposed to improve SDU tenants' living conditions. But if there are fewer SDUs and the rents go up, will the SDU tenants end up in bed space apartments? Will that end up defeating the purpose of the bill? The government has transitional housing and light public housing to help those who may potentially be displaced. We should also crack down on SDUs in industrial buildings so that we keep delivering better and better living conditions. On the point about the costs about alteration works, the government said those costs would be manageable, and it said it would get in touch with landlords and offer assistance. SDUs tend to be in old buildings, in dense buildings. BHUs require separate toilets. Will that strain the building structure in those old buildings? The kitchens and toilets in BHUs may worsen the water seepage in those buildings. What if there are complaints? Will that affect the recognition of BHUs? The government said it would consider all these essential factors in deciding whether to recognize a BHU. The bill empowers the secretary to cancel the recognition of a BHU for various reasons, and the landlords will have to offer compensation to tenants under Part 7 or compensation at common law. One reason for canceling the recognition of an SDU is that there is immediate danger in the common areas of a building. These factors may be beyond the control of the landlord. The reason may be a natural disaster. Mandating compensation from the landlord to the tenant may deter landlords from providing BHUs. Overall, I support the direction and the principle of rolling out BHUs, so I will support the bill's passage. But for the bill to work as intended, implementation matters. So based on the feedback from all sides, once this ordinance is up for review, here are some things I want the government to consider. Tenancy is a matter for the market. Why do we get SDUs? Why do people live in SDUs despite the crowded living space? Is that a problem? Is that something for the population policy? Is that something for the housing policy? Is it because of dysfunctional policies? We're trying to regulate a private market dynamic with legislation. Is that the best way forward? Let's reflect on what SDUs point to. Let's look at the deeper issues at work. And we should be clear about the thinking behind basic housing units, and we have to get something clear. Just because something is not good enough doesn't mean that it's wrong. We should be guiding people instead of penalizing people. We should be using both the stick and the carrot. For decades, SDU landlords have been providing extra housing options for people who can neither qualify for public rental housing nor afford private housing. And just like tenancy for SDUs, successful implementation requires extensive and effective publicity as well as transparency of information. There are many SDU tenants, so we need an effective platform to spread the information. So let's visit the districts and tell people about how things will work. Tenants will need support. The same goes for landlords. They will need support in alteration works. They will need to find suitable contractors. Government assistance will also give the government a better idea of the struggles with alteration. SDUs and BHUs are an evolving issue. There will be more public rental housing and light public housing and transitional housing, so there should be a timeline for reviewing basic housing units. If we believe in a brighter future, and if we believe more jobs and more living space in the northern metropolis, substandard SDUs will be phased out. So there will be a time to begin BHUs, and there will be an end point for BHUs. During the meetings of the Basic Bills Committee, I raised a point. How come we empower the Secretary for Housing to direct the termination of a tenancy? The general principle with contracts is that there are 4 ways to end a contract: mutual agreement, performance of the contract, breach on either party, or for a failure to perform the contract for whatever reason. I talked about this with the administration. How come the Bureau will get the power to terminate a tenancy? I suggested an amendment. When there is an irregularity, say this BHU falls short of standards, in this case, we can treat this as a breach. And under the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance, the tenants will be able to rescind the contract and recover common law damages from the landlord. Maybe we were rushed for time, so the government did not give thought to this, but let's find a way to sort this out in the future. BHUs are like SDUs. They will lead to strain on the buildings. BHUs will be recognized by the government. That's the difference. But if BHUs lead to building management issues, that will warrant our attention in two ways. First, the responsibility for other landlords, and also how BHUs will interact with the deeds of mutual covenant, and these matters will warrant our attention. I so submit. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. Food, clothing, housing, transport. These are essential matters for someone, and housing has been a problem in Hong Kong. The current term government turned its attention to housing shortly after its term started. First quantity, then quality. Grassrooters need housing, so the government worked on building more public housing. Waiting time is now down, and then we will have 30,000 light public housing units and 21,000 transitional housing units. We now have what it takes to grapple with the housing problem, and the worst part of it is substandard or subdivided units, especially substandard SDUs. But we have to draw a distinction. All kinds of people live in SDUs. It's just like different kinds of chemicals coming together without an understanding of their properties. And then we rush into a burning building and we sprinkle water, the fire may worsen and an explosion may follow. So, in the early days of the consultation on the BHU, I raised a few points. First, we shouldn't rush. Second, we need data. Third, let's find out where the affected tenants will go. It's a long-standing, thorny, and big problem. This government has the will and the determination. We need all that to get things done. But will one solution lead to a bigger problem? We have to be careful with the pace. There will be no perfect solution to complex social issues. We have to take the first step somewhere. We have finally come to this milestone in addressing substandard SDUs. The Basic Housing Units Bill proposes a regulatory regime for subdivided units. We set out minimum standards. We come up with a recognition system. That way, SDUs that fall short of standards cannot be rented out without recognition. The direction of the bill is correct. Everyone wants better housing. But if a bigger and better home means a costlier and more remote home, then for those at the bottom of the socioeconomic hierarchy with little bargaining power, that's a problem. So, at the first meeting of the Bills Committee, I raised questions and made comments on the highlights and the direction of this bill. I brought up the power of the Secretary and the appeal deadline. And I also asked about the interaction between the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance and this BHU bill. I was concerned about the tenancy protection over 4 years for tenants. I also asked the government to gather data. At a panel meeting, the Housing Bureau told us transitional housing will shrink from 20,000 units to 15,000 units instead. My concern is when you have a plunge in the number of SDUs and also transitional housing units, what does that mean for people who cannot move into PRH flats? Do they simply tighten their belt? Do they move into SDUs in industrial buildings, or do they wait for the help from the social welfare department? That's why I called on the government to redouble its efforts to gather data. So we should seize the opportunity of the census in 2026. Let's do a thorough job in finding out about the condition that people in inadequate housing are in. Recognition of BHUs will mean extra costs. Let's leave aside the passing on of costs. Prohibitive costs and vague requirements will deter landlords and principal tenants from altering their units, and that would mean fewer SDUs. Legislative provisions cannot spell out every requirement in every scenario in granular detail. That's why guidelines are needed. We have to tell landlords and also the professionals who will provide the certification services how things will work. This is to avoid discrepancies. The government is using legislation as a way to intervene in the market. The Secretary for Housing will be able to terminate a tenancy. We cannot leave the problems that arise to the market afterwards. We have to view the BHU bill in conjunction with the LTCO. And let's also bear in mind the town planning ordinance, the buildings ordinance, and the bed space apartments ordinance, as well as other laws. There's only that much we can do. We have to review the implementation of so many different ordinances. Different ordinances need to synergize with each other. That way, people don't end up in even more dangerous and poorer housing. I do not propose to go into great detail over the wording of the bill, and I cannot go over everything about the bill. I do want to thank the government for listening to members and explaining the bill to members of the Bills Committee. I met with many groups worried about this bill. Tenants worried about higher rent, fewer SDUs, and eviction from landlords. And they also worried about remote alternative housing. We all know that. And then operators such as landlords struggle to tell whether they had to alter their unit, what changes were needed, and whether they could tell for sure that the alteration would be up to scratch, and whether they would find themselves in jail after making a mistake, and whether they would be fined if they reverted some changes. So landlords and tenants were left in the dark as to what the registration, the grace period, and the countdown meant. So after the bill's passage, we have to tell the landlords, principal tenants, tenants, and also frontline workers how everything works. The same spirit shown in the government's explanation to the Bills Committee should be shown in an effort to publicize the bill to the community as a whole. Tell people how things work, and that's how we can allay concerns, and that's how we can also avoid unscrupulous exploitation. And we also don't want to see kind-hearted landlords and tenants parting ways simply because they struggle to tell how the new regime works. The government explained how the bill will work, and they are willing to propose amendments based on the feedback from the Bills Committee. This bill will be gazetted and implemented in March next year. We will need experience built up along the way after the new regime takes effect. And I also believe the Secretary for Housing will be adaptable in exercising the power granted by the future ordinance in improving people's living conditions and enhance people's sense of well-being and write a new chapter in Hong Kong's housing history. I support the bill. I support this bill and I so submit.
Does any other member wish to speak? It is already 6:30 p.m. I will suspend the council until 9 a.m. tomorrow, at which point I will invite the Secretary to reply and we will go through the remaining proceedings. The meeting is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow.